You may be seated. Call of the roll. This honorable House now resumes its sitting, this being Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. Clerk, call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Holness. Dr. Clark. Dr. Chang. Ms. Grange. Mrs. Williams. Mrs. Malou Fort. Dr. Tufton. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Charles. Mr. Green. Mr. Warmington, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wright, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright, Mr. Brown.
Today is a special sitting of the House. Other than the poppies on everybody's attire to commemorate the remembrance of our fallen soldiers, we have some special guests in the House. You will see to my left a substantial delegation. This delegation is the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and they will be here with us in Jamaica from today until the 10th of November. I hope you enjoy the sitting today, and we appreciate your being here and your continued support to all of us who are required to perform our duties as parliamentarians right across the Commonwealth. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the meeting of the House be suspended briefly to enable the members to pay tribute to fallen soldiers and veterans of World Wars I and II.
Members, it is remiss of me to neglect persons I'm looking at seated in the gallery right here in the Parliament. Welcome to Parliament today. And as always, we are joined by individuals who have become more and more interested in the activities of the Parliament on social media and other forms of media. Welcome to today's session. Is it the wish of this House that the meeting be suspended for the purpose outlined by the Leader of the House? Right? Meeting suspended. Marshall? I will now invite members to rise to observe a minute of silence. WOI Martin Spaulding, a retired member of the Jamaica Defense Force and a member of the Jamaican Legion, will do the exhortation.
Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget. They shall not grow old, as we who are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. In the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Mr. Martin Spaulding? Let me express profound thanks for your service and for your being here today to represent League of Fallen Soldiers. Thank you, Mr. Martin Spaulding.
Thank you, ma'am.
Be seated, House. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. The Armistice Day, signaling the end of World War I, was signed on 11th November 1918 at 11 a.m. Subsequently, the first actual Poppy Day was held in Britain on November 11, 1921. It therefore means Saturday, November 11, 2023, marks 105 years since the armistice was signed. Today, we are lending our support to the Jamaica Legion to show that we care and recognize the sacrifice they made in the past that resulted in our freedom we enjoy today. The Jamaica Legion representative today was retired Warrant Officer Class 1 Martin Spaulding from the Jamaica Defense Force, who is here to take us through the drill. House Leader,
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the suspension of the standing orders to allow us to go to public business and receive one presentation under the state of constituency debate at this time. We will then return to the other items to be heard on the agenda in the standard order thereafter.
House, I crave your indulgence for a minute. Thank you. I will now give a brief follow-up as promised. As Speaker of this Honorable House, I note the public commentary in some quarters regarding the role of the Speaker in tabling certain documents and the role of Parliament in addressing these matters. There is an untrue narrative of deliberate delay in tabling reports sent to this House. The fact is, there are no reports, not one report, either from the Integrity Commission or the Auditor General's Department, which have not been tabled. Additionally, all reports were tabled as prescribed at the soonest possible time. My predecessor made certain pronouncements on the tabling of reports from the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General's Department for public bodies, which, as Speaker, I have reviewed and must address. It is expected as legislators, we should have a sound understanding of the law, as it is us who craft, debate, and pass the laws which govern us. It is also my understanding that when the court is interpreting the law, the very court may review the records of Hansard to see what the intention of the Parliament was at the time of enactment and amendment. Honorable members, I did a comprehensive review of the correspondence, had extensive discussions with the Clerk of the Houses, consulted with the Chief Parliamentary Counsel and speakers from other Commonwealth jurisdictions. It must be made clear that the advice received is not instruction. It is meant to guide the decisions of the House and meant to inform the actions of the Speaker. Therefore, the opinion or advice doesn't absolve the Speaker or the House from a duty to clearly understand the legislation and the standing orders in a manner that is consistent with its own legislative jurisdiction and wisdom. The opinion of the Parliamentary Legal Counsel, which considered all correspondence between the Parliament and the Attorney General and the Auditor General, is available for your perusal. Members, based on some utterances, there seems to be a clear misunderstanding of the legislation in respect of the distinction between ministries, departments, and agencies versus public bodies. It is important that it is understood that the entities are different. For our benefit, here are some of the key differences. While the Auditor General is mandated by legislation, and the Constitution so mandates that the Auditor General audits central government, which include MDAs, public bodies by law engage their own auditor. The Attorney General, while being the chief legal advisor to the government, for public bodies, they engage their own attorneys. Similarly, it is important to note public bodies do not report to permanent secretaries in ministries, as obtains or applies for ministries, departments, and agencies. Instead, public bodies have their own CEO and a board which manages these entities and report directly to the responsible minister. I do hope this provides some clarity. The ruling is as follows. Reports from the Integrity Commission. It is my considered view that reports submitted to the Parliament under Section 36 and 54 of the Integrity Commission Act should be treated as indicated here. A report made on the request of the House of Parliament under Section 36(1). This report will be tabled as soon as possible, as the nature of the report is that it's a request from the Houses of Parliament. It will require the quick action of the members of the House of Representatives once it is submitted for tabling. After it is tabled, it is then to be directed to the attention of the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee in keeping with the Standing Orders 73DE. Annual reports submitted under Section 36(2). Once the report is submitted to Parliament, it will be sent to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee for consideration and report. Once the committee has completed its deliberation, both the reports of the committee and the relevant report from the Integrity Commission will be tabled thereafter. Special reports submitted under 36(3) will be treated in the same manner as a report under 36.2, referenced above. Reports of the Director of Investigations submitted under Section 54.4 will be tabled as soon as possible after receipt by the Parliament, having regard to the serious nature of the matters that are contained therein. It will require the immediate and direct attention of the House. After it is tabled, it will then be submitted to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee for their consideration and report. Kindly note, all reports from the Integrity Commission will be reviewed by the officers before they are tabled, and it will be tabled in the soonest possible time. No effort will be made to delay such reports. The ruling re-reports from the Auditor General Department on Public Bodies. Ruling is as follows. Reports from the Auditor General's Department on Public Bodies will be tabled in keeping with the Public Bodies Management and Administration Act, enacted 2001 under Section 13A and or Section 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Particularly of interest is its amendment in 1992, which recognized public bodies. Such reports must be submitted in keeping with the procedure outlined therein, and also provided in Section 13B of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act and Sections 31 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Members, the discussions in this Honorable House underscore the need for consistent assessment of legislations with a view to amending where necessary, where clarity is further required. Also, it is critical for the Standing Orders Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of these standing orders with a view to making the suggested amendment for debate and approval by this House to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of written rules. Members, I think that the rules which govern us are within our purview to amend as a parliament as we see fit, so that we are all clear in respect of the understanding thereof. I have made available copies which will be sent around in respect of the opinion given.
Speaker, thank you. I'm seeking clarity on a couple of matters. First, you indicated that the officers would review reports from the Integrity Commission. Could you indicate who those officers are and what the purpose of the review would be before the reports are tabled? That's first. Secondly, you said annual reports would be the Integrity Commission, which would be sent directly to the Speaker and be tabled. My understanding of the role of the Oversight Committee is that the Oversight Committee would be outside the scope of the Oversight Committee to opine on an annual report or even a special investigative report. So I'm trying to understand what the rationale is for sending it there first before it is tabled here. Those are my questions, preliminary.
Madam Speaker, further to the questions asked by the member from Southeast St. Andrew, my understanding is that committees of Parliament act on behalf of the full House. So matters that are referred to the House, matters that comes to the House and is referred to the committee, that committee acts on behalf of the House. If the House does not know what the committee is acting on its behalf, it seems a little bit, not clear. In other words,
because I understand you to be saying that the reports will go to the committee, the oversight committee, but the operations of this oversight committee is public. The media is here, so they...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In addition to the questions that are being asked, Madam Speaker, I needed a little clarity myself, so just to be clear. So let's say, for example, a special report is tabled on the matter that the country is waiting to hear, the illicit six. That would come to the House and go straight to the...
On a point of order, I do not know of what you're speaking, member. It's a... I don't know, no. Please remove that comment. Please remove that comment. That comment is inappropriate, doesn't belong in the House, and is not included in any document submitted in this honorable House. Please remove your comment.
I've heard what you have said, Madam Speaker.
And Hansard, please strike the comment.
So let's say a special report comes to the House, Madam Speaker. It comes to the Speaker, as you have said, it would go directly to the Integrity Oversight Committee. The question that I'm asking is, when we had the issue with the Speaker, former Speaker of the House, the issue about conflict of interest arose, and there was a concern about individuals being on a committee who are subject of the report of the committee. I'm trying to figure out how one would be able to identify whether or not there would be any conflict of interest of the members who are part of the Oversight Committee, and how that would be dealt with. I'm also wondering...
No, I don't think I will be able, if I have so many questions at the same time, remember them all to respond.
I'm hoping
so I'm going to ask you to hold. I'm going to commence responding,
okay,
and then I'll ask you to continue.
Thank you.
I'm going to answer your question first. I don't know that you have read or listened to the ruling. Reports submitted in the way you have asked are reports under Section 54. And Section 54 has those reports being tabled first in the Parliament at the soonest possible time, and then subsequently sent to committee. The rulings, as you have heard them today, is based on, let me repeat, the Act, Integrity Commission Act, the FAA Act, the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, the Standing Orders, and a comprehensive review of all, including the opinions submitted from the Attorney General's Chamber, the Parliamentary Legal Counsel. In respect of who will read the report, I do not recall your second two questions. I indicated to the Parliament before, and I hold that view. The officer reading the report would be the Speaker, as in the case of the lower house, or the president in the case of the upper house. The intent is not to read for any purpose more than to appreciate what it is that you are signing to be tabled in Parliament. Every single thing that is on the agenda for Parliament, every item, every question asked, every bill, every motion, every single thing that is placed on the agenda, the Speaker in the case of the lower house and the President in the case of the upper house is required to appreciate that they are placing on the agenda. No, so there's nothing that the Speaker or the President can do with the report. And in some cases, there are other things on the agenda that the Speaker or President have the ability to make amendments on. What is required is that, as presiding officers, we follow the law. We obey the law. Now, I will not get into the discussions about media and at what point who have. What I would like to make absolutely clear is that the standing orders and the laws guide us. And therefore, the comment I made in terms of us as a parliament feeling that the legislation needs amendments, the standing orders need amendments, it is us who are required to do that work. The opinion I formed was a strongly formed one because it was supported in every way by the Attorney General's Chamber and the Parliamentary Council, Legal Council as well. I do not know if there are any other.
Speaker, I'd asked 3 sets of questions.
I answered the first,
right.
so I'll get to the next
I
one.
asked what is the rationale for sending the annual reports and the special investigative reports to the committee before they are tabled in the House.
You may take your seat, member. The rationale is, it is the law and the standing orders. So the rationale is obeying what the instructions are in the law for the mechanism to be used by the Parliament. I read it, so please read section 36.1. Yes, section 36.2, section 36.3, and 54. And I will also share the legal opinion. I cannot share what I have not read or appreciated. Member Hannah? Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was seeking clarity, Madam Speaker, on the section that you read, where you were saying that the Parliament could amend the rules. I would just like you to read that section again for me, so I didn't hear it correctly or properly. And I have a follow-up question once you read it.
I indicated that some of the discussions we have had underscore the need for constant assessment of the legislations with a view to amending where we as the Parliament think necessary. It is also critical for us to look at the standing orders, have the committee meet and undertake a comprehensive review of these standing orders with a view to making the suggested amendments for debate in the House and approval by the House so that it enhances the effectiveness, the efficiency of the written rules that govern us here in the Parliament and guides the proceedings of this chamber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the clarification. And there's no disagreement in terms, certainly from my position, in terms of wanting to review rules or legislation, because I don't think those things are static. And they shouldn't be, because what might have been relevant at a particular time might not be relevant to today. So I can appreciate that. My concern, however, and perhaps I am one of the few members in this House who many years ago had a report tabled from the Office of the Contractor General at the time, over 500 pages of a report. And at that time, the Speaker did not take particular positions, and it was tabled in a particular manner. So that is why I can say, and there was no wrongdoing in the report, anything. It just took a lot of my time, a lot of media time. And I think it is important that when people are being investigated, that certainly those of us who are in this House, because it can happen to perhaps any one of us as public officers. However, the point I would like to ask you, or the question I'd like to ask you, is at a time when politicians are seen as being, unfortunately, lumped as corrupt individuals. And it doesn't matter how hard we work, it doesn't matter what we do, it doesn't matter how many public things we file, all of us are lumped together. So if we are here,
Maybe some are. Let's know who.
All right, hang on. Members. So, Madam Speaker.
Members, please allow Member Hannah.
Madam Speaker.
Please allow
Madam
Member
Speaker.
Hannah to speak.
My major concern is that if we are now appearing as a parliament to suggest to the public that in issues of controversy or what might be deemed as controversial, that we will take the position to change rules to suit us, that might not go down well. So I just want you to
I would like you to take note that your statement about changing rules is absolutely incorrect. The rules are actually not being changed. The rules are being, so it is not us who are changing rules, and I do not want you to give that impression to the public. We are not changing rules. I do not know of which report you speak, but in the past, I'm going to finish before you continue. I have to be careful about some things. You'd like to clarify? Go ahead, clarify.
I asked you to read it, and what I said, Madam Speaker, we can't appear to be giving that impression.
And I wouldn't want you to appear to even say it.
So that is why I'm saying I asked for clarity, because the public might get the impression that that is what, if we are going to be looking and reviewing at this particular time. That's why I'm asking you just to make it very clear.
All right. So, Member Hannah, you are correct. The indication that we should review, it is not with a view of my instructing that any changes be made in any rules. The reason I have said I believe it is important for us to continuously interrogate or review our legislations is that we may find subsequently that what was passed may not have been our intent. What was our intent is not the practice. And so we should always go back to look at the legislations. Equally, the standing orders, which are the rules that govern us, are not necessarily all written out in all respects. And there may be issues that come from time to time where the House feels that instead of leaving it for the Speaker to rule or the President to rule, the House would like to now apply a rule which the Speaker or the President would be obliged to function in that mechanism as stated in the standing orders. And so my comment is where we believe We need to strengthen the legislation, strengthen the standing order. It is our job to do so.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, you did say that you had wanted me to pause, and I would have been given a chance to come back. And it is on that basis I'm coming back. Madam Speaker, again, it's just simple clarity that I require. And I suspect from what I've heard that what I'm going to say is true, but I'd want to get the clarity from you, that whatever the ruling is, and in keeping with the rules that govern us, that nothing here is meant to hide or obfuscate any ruling that might call any of us into question.
And member, I am telling you to stop it. Member, I'm telling you to stop it. I notice you like to make statements that you know the response to, and I would appreciate, if you do. Member, I would appreciate if you do not continue to do so in the future, because in doing so, you are actually all making an effort, I would think, to mislead the people of Jamaica. My statement started with there is an untrue narrative of deliberate delay in tabling reports sent to the House. And I will give you a copy of this. All right. We want to ensure as a parliament that it is understood that the concern raised by Member Hannah, where we are seen as corrupt, is because of exactly that behavior. Opposition leader. The opposition leader is on his feet. The opposition leader is on his feet. Members, the opposition leader is on his feet. Please allow him to speak. Please allow him to speak in silence. Members.
Madam Speaker.
Member Golding.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The idea of reports coming to Parliament and not being tabled immediately so that they become a matter of public record and public discussion is problematic for me. Because when things come to Parliament and are automatically referred to a committee on which the government side, whichever government is in office, the government side will dominate that committee in terms of the numbers and so on, and the scheduling and the agenda of that committee. So you could have a situation where a matter of public interest, a matter that is vital in terms of its impact on the governance of the country, is sent to Parliament, and because of this procedure, is sent to a committee without the members being aware of it, without the public being aware of it, because it's not tabled. And then the time frame for that committee to hear that matter is up to that committee to determine. I think that's a very unsatisfactory way of proceeding, and I can tell you it was never contemplated that the Integrity Commission's reports or the Auditor General's reports, which are about transparency and accountability in government, would be subject to a parliamentary procedure which runs against that objective and that principle. So I think that we are going down the wrong track by saying that we're going to henceforth be following a procedure which delays or postpones the tabling of documents, reports sent here, the Parliament of the land, by investigative bodies. And I'm asking again, Madam Speaker, can you please share with the House, the members of the House, the legal opinion or opinions that have been provided to you or your predecessor in your capacities as Speaker of the House, so that the members of the House can understand the legal basis of this position that is being taken. We've asked for this before, Madam Speaker. You've indicated that you're minded to do it, but we haven't seen it. So I'm asking if you could please remedy that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you that the Attorney General's last letter came yesterday. We were in Parliament until 1 o'clock this morning, reading and updating as a result of it. So no effort was made to delay anything at all in respect of this matter. I will not go further in that regard, because it cannot be expected that as Speaker I will sit here and issue documents, do not read, do not understand, and be respected in governing the proceedings of this House. If the intention of the Parliament and the legislators at the time was to have all reports tabled immediately, it would have said that. The legislation said table in 31 and 54, subsection 4, in the soonest possible time. When the legislations are passed, it cannot be that we allow persons to think that in obeying the laws we are doing the wrong thing. We cannot cherry pick which laws we obey and which ones we are going to say it is not convenient to obey, so we are going to do something else. And so, where we have had these issues, where, and I checked the Hansard, some previous speakers actually make no ruling. They just decide this makes sense and go ahead. I am making an effort to ensure that when history is written, this speaker does what is right in the sight of the law.
Madam Speaker, it looks like this new mic system is working against me. I pressed the mic a long time ago, and a number of persons. You know, Madam Speaker, for every year when I was in the role of Attorney General, I took time to point out the critical importance of accuracy and reading the law. Every single year. 1 year, Minister Tufton, the honorable member from St. Catherine, West Central, asked me if I were looking to be fired. In fact, a member from that side also made the same comment. And I'm happy to be here in the House today to hear you as Speaker underscoring the importance of abiding by the law. Madam Speaker, let us begin with the standing orders. The standing orders are regulations of the Constitution of Jamaica. And the Constitution of Jamaica is our highest law. I know that many of the orders are honored in breach instead of observance, but I am very pleased to hear that you understand the importance of the standing orders. And that leads me to craving your indulgence, just to point out to the House that the question about whether a report from the Integrity Commission is to be considered by the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee is answered at Standing Order 73DE. And I just invite members' attention, and in particular the member who is also a member of the Oversight Committee, because that standing order, which speaks to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee 73D, explicitly provides that the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee shall have the duty of convening and considering a report submitted to Parliament under Section 36 of the Integrity Commission Act. And it goes on to say that it is to be done within 30 days of the submission of the report. And just by way of reminder, Madam Speaker, that provision of the Integrity Commission Act speaks to all of the reports from the Commission. It begins with the reports that the Parliament reports on matters referred to it from the Parliament, investigating an act of corruption. It speaks to the annual report of the Integrity Commission, and it also speaks to other sets of reports. So the Commission may at any time be required by either House of Parliament to investigate a matter. When it is reported, that matter, that report can go to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. The Commission shall, no sooner than 3 months after the end of each financial year and within such longer period as the Parliament may approve, submit to the Parliament its annual report. Those may go to the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. And then the Commission may at any time submit a report relating to any particular matter which, in the opinion of the Commission, requires the special attention of the Parliament. All of those are Section 36 matter, which the standing order says the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee has a duty to consider, Madam Speaker. And I think we don't have to quarrel because the law is publicly promulgated. This is not something that is being made up overnight. And the standing orders guide the proceedings in the House. So I think, Madam Speaker, that we don't have to continue to quarrel. Sending a report in accordance with the rules to the committee is not delaying it. And you know, Madam Speaker, that leads me to the comment that was made about taking the time to read matters before they are placed on the floor of the House. Again today, I could almost shout hallelujah, because in my former role, I complained so much that not sufficient attention was placed to ensuring that the matters tabled in the Parliament were read and accurate. And there are many examples and moments when material had to be pulled from the Parliament because of inaccuracy. And so it should never be seen as an attempt to delay any matter, because an opportunity is being taken to read the matter to ensure that, as a presiding officer, you know what is coming before the House. In fact, you would be derelict in your duty if it were otherwise, Madam Speaker. And that leads me to the third matter, and that is the matter of the reports of the Auditor General. I remind everyone, maybe there is no need for reminder, that the Auditor General, the Office of Auditor General is a constitutional office pursuant to Section 120, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Jamaica. And under Section 122, subsection 2, the Auditor General is mandatorily required to submit her annual audit reports of specified entities. And the Constitution specifies those entities, and they include, but are not limited to, the accounts of all departments and the offices of the Government of Jamaica, including the offices of the Cabinet and the 3 Services Commission, Judicial, Police, and Public Service. And, Madam Speaker, the Constitution says that the reports are to go to the Speaker, who shall cause them to be laid before the House of Representatives. The Auditor General is also empowered to perform other functions in relation to the accounts of the Government of Jamaica and the accounts of other public authorities and other bodies administering public funds in Jamaica, as may be prescribed by or under any other law. You know, Madam Speaker, I was smiling when I heard you explain the difference because many parliamentarians do not know that there is central government and there is the rest of government and what comprises. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, before anyone comes down.
Please allow the member to speak. The member is actually very correct. I have been at committee meetings of the PAAC where the permanent secretaries are being badgered to comment on public bodies that do not report to them, that they have no idea about. And it is a big part of the reason why the reassessment was done of what was the intent of the legislators. Member Malafort.
Madam Speaker,
Minister, go ahead, please.
I don't wish to lose the point I want to make. The point is that the Auditor General is mandated to make reports pursuant to the Constitution. And the Constitution also permits the Office of Auditor General to perform other functions in relation to the accounts of the Government of Jamaica and the accounts of other public entities, and in fact, even entities outside of Jamaica. And that is pursuant to any other law in force. And that leads me to two such laws, Madam Speaker, that you refer to: the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the Public Bodies, the PBMA. Madam Speaker, Part 4 of the FAA speaks to audits, and in particular, sections 29 and 30 speaks to the report of the Auditor General. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, whether the reports sent to Parliament indicate under which section the Auditor General is performing her functions. And though I am not in a
I will
role,
answer, member, the question when you're through.
If the reports do not, Madam Speaker, may I respectfully suggest for your consideration that in your role as Speaker, you ask that going forward, the Auditor General specify under which section the report is being submitted. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is that different things flow, different obligations arise depending on the section under which the report is being submitted. So for those who would take the time to look at section 29 of the FAA, that's the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the Auditor General is mandated to report under that section, Madam Speaker. And when the report gets to the Parliament, those reports are to be laid as soon as possible. And I don't think as soon as possible would be delayed by the Speaker or any of the parliamentary staff reading and ensuring that what is to be placed before the House is properly before the House. But you know, Madam Speaker, there is section 30, under which the Auditor General may also perform functions and submit a report. And the point you made about understanding which accounts and which bodies are being audited is a critical point. Because if it is a public body, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General, once she exercises the discretion given to her to act under that section, she is obliged to do certain other things. And I believe that is where the contention has been, Madam Speaker. But you know, natural justice requires that you do not come to an adverse conclusion without giving an opportunity to the person being investigated to be heard. And also for the good management of the affairs of Jamaica, it is essential that the matters specified in Section 30 of the FAA be complied with. And so, Madam Speaker, I suggest for your consideration and to take the noise away from this, that you ask that going forward, the section under which the reports are being submitted be specified. And where a matter is coming under Section 30 of the FAA, please note that unless and until the matters specified in the section are complied with, such a report is not to come to the Parliament. And that is not hiding anything, that is not obstructing justice, but it is what is required. And God forbid, if we parliamentarians cannot respect the law, then who else will? The last matter before I take my seat, Madam Speaker. I hear the request for the opinion of the Attorney General's chambers to be shared. I should like to say that as a general rule, there is no requirement for anyone who seeks the opinion of the chambers for guidance to share it, as a general rule. And some may disagree with me because of the subject matter in question, but the general rule stands. If you as speaker needs guidance and you seek a guidance, there is nothing which says that you must share the guidance, as a general rule. In this specific matter, however, your predecessor in office indicated that she was awaiting further details. And you yourself, Madam Speaker, indicated that you would be guided by it. For my part, I can't see anything that could not be shared. But I think it is important that should you choose to share it, it is not taken to be a precedent to expect that in every case where advice is sought, there is any obligation to share it. So in respect of reports from the Auditor General, if the reports are under 29, they are to be tabled after you have satisfied yourself that the matter is properly to come before the House. And if they are under 30, you're also to satisfy yourself that what is set out in the section has been complied with, Madam Speaker. So permit me, before I take my seat, to commend you, because today is a good day for me. It's a really good day for me. I'm very pleased to hear your insistence. And I'm happy to hear that others feel the same way. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Member. I should indicate that not one audit of public bodies has ever been submitted to the Parliament under the section required either by the FAA Act or the Public Bodies Act. And it is particularly for this reason why the effort is being made to observe the law, observe the intention of the lawmakers, and to ensure that the law is applied accordingly. Members, I thank you for your intervention and contribution, which reaffirms the rulings today. I am convinced every one of us, all 63 of us in this Parliament, should be encouraged to read the legislations thoroughly when they come to this House. The Constitution of Jamaica and the standing orders that govern this House. I will further say that this Speaker's position, the position of Speaker in the House of Parliament of Jamaica, is not a position that engages in debates and descends into the arena with the members of the House. In future, you can expect that that will be my posture, and that posture will continue while I preside. Thank you, members. House Leader.
And let us all say amen. The Speaker rules. Madam Speaker, at this time, I would ask that under statements by ministers, that the Prime Minister be allowed to make a presentation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My statement is an informal one to the House, and I invite other members to join. The statement is occasioned by the barbaric killing of 3 Jamaican citizens in St. James, Salt Spring, last night, 2 of whom are children. It is a most gruesome act. The information coming to us so far from our police sources is that a gunman alighted from bushes and shot up a taxi, a public transportation vehicle. Apparently, there was someone who was the target. That person was killed. But 2 innocent young Jamaicans, one 9 years old, one 7, students, have nothing to do with any conflict, are not a part of any dispute, just innocent children going about their own business, looking forward to their lives, their future, and they were gruesomely cut down. I think the Parliament should stand in condemnation of this. It is important that each time that this happens, we declare and reinforce that our nation does not stand for this. It doesn't reflect us. I know that there can be some frustration because it has happened before. This would be the 2nd time this year that I would have called upon the Parliament to make a statement. In this one in particular, Madam Speaker, it has arisen from a gang feud. The people who are responsible are gang members, and they have used high-powered weapons indiscriminately in a public space with what can only be assumed to be the intention to create fear and panic in the country, to create outside of the locality of the event a national fear. In my opinion, Madam Speaker, it is the equivalent of a terrorist act. And these criminals ought to be described and treated in that form. The government action cannot be ambivalent or equivocal in this matter. There are before us amendments to legislation which will increase the penalties for such criminal terrorists, including increasing the penalty for murder. I urge the House to pass these amendments forthwith before the year is out. Thankfully, the House has passed the new Bail Act, and hopefully, as that is implemented, it will start to have a deterrent impact on crime in the country. We have passed a new firearms bill. In the process of its implementation, there would appear that further review of the bill would be necessary to align penalties and to ensure that the strongest unequivocal signals are sent to the criminal elements, particularly those who use dangerous weapons, illegal weapons, such as high-powered guns, indiscriminately, and kill our children, that they will face the severest penalty applicable under the law. I urge the House, I have given directives to the Minister of National Security and the Minister of Justice to bring the necessary amendments to the Firearms Act to ensure that there is no ambiguity, no lack of clarity in the application of the penalties recommended by this House. Madam Speaker, finally, I ask the members of the community in Salt Spring and adjoining communities who may have information on the whereabouts of this criminal terrorist that they pass it on to the police. And I urge the police to ensure that the swiftest justice is applied. I urge the police to ensure that the entire area is brought under control, and we will give them the necessary powers and authority to carry out their duties within, of course, Madam Speaker, our Constitution, respect for human rights, and the dignity of the people of the area. Madam Speaker, I want to give the assurance to the nation that the government will do everything within its powers to bring the perpetrator to justice. But in a sense, that might be hollow, because it will not bring back the life of the two young Jamaicans who we have lost. My heart goes out to the parents who at this time, and their family members and loved ones, and the children at the school. We cannot explain to them why this has happened, but we must be steel in our resolve to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We have it within our purview in this House to create the deterrence, to use the laws to create the deterrence. There is an ambivalence in the society. There is a narrative that we have to contend with, that sometimes it would appear that there is more sympathy for the criminal, more sympathy for the perpetrator, that there is no concern for the suffering of the victim. Madam Speaker, that must change. We must use this to change that narrative. Perpetrators must have no sympathy. They must face the full, unequivocal, unblunted force of the law. So, Madam Speaker, I rise here to condemn the act, to say that it is un-Jamaican, to say that we are never going to be numb to this, that we will never consider it, oh, just another day. We will speak up against it in the strongest way. We will mobilize our resources to tackle it and to bring those who are responsible, those who commit it and those who give succor to those who commit it, to bring them to justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each time we rise to speak on a subject like this, one has to wonder, when will it be the last time that we have to do so? I join in the sentiments that have been expressed, condemning in the most profound terms the act of extreme violence, the depravity with which those two young Jamaicans, 9 and 7, 9 and 8, young boys, schoolboys, primary school boys, lost their lives. an automatic weapon, as I understand it, was used. Indiscriminately firing into a taxi pursuant to some conflict among warring factions. Too often in Jamaica, innocent people who have nothing to do with any wrongdoing of any kind end up either losing their lives or being permanently paralyzed or otherwise impaired physically, and no doubt emotionally, as a result of this kind of violence. Multiple murders are becoming prevalent. We're told that the murder numbers this year are down versus last year, but the atmosphere in which we live suggests that we are still living in a terrible crisis of violent crime. The government strategy in recent times has been to bring legislation to the House seeking to extend the sentencing rules, make it harsher penalties for murder and gun offenses and so on. And our position on, certainly with the legislation dealing with the penalties for murder are not presently before the whole House or before a joint select committee, but the firearms legislation, we supported it with concerns. And as playing out that these concerns are manifesting themselves. So we have a situation where the court recently imposed a penalty, I think it was life imprisonment, for possession of a firearm, and the DPP is appealing that. The DPP. Normally when a harsh sentence is imposed, it is the counsel for the defense that appeals. In this instance, it's a DPP, the state's prosecutor, who is appealing. The reason being, the reason being, because.
All right, Tonto.
The reason.
Hey, be nice.
Madam
Be
Speaker,
nice.
I would ask that you please.
Members. Members, respectfully. Members. No, but members, on both sides of the House. On both sides of the House, allow the opposition leader to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
While you're silent.
Thank you. Very fair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is a convention. We didn't interrupt the Prime Minister when he was speaking. I'd ask my colleagues on that side of the House to also. You'll be free to stand and rebut. If you have anything of value to say, Minister, you will get your chance. My point is this, that the appeal is necessary because there are incoherences in the law as passed by this Parliament. And those need to be fixed. They're going to have to be, ultimately, amendments brought because of the problems that are already surfacing in that legislation. I also said at the time that by imposing mandatory minimum sentences in the way we have, we are risking a new era of backlog in the criminal justice system. Because the fact of the matter is that to the extent we make it we prevent persons from pleading guilty so as to get a lesser sentence than the mandatory minimum, the incentive is going to be for persons to go to trial. The reason why we have been able to clear so many cases out of the criminal justice system was because guilty pleas were becoming a common thing, and the judge could impose a sentence with the potential of a discount, but the discounts were not mandatory. It was up to the judge, and it was working quite well. By imposing mandatory minimum sentences, we're creating incentives for persons to go to trial and try to fight the case. And we have to be careful that sometimes our good intentions don't have consequences which work against what we're trying to achieve.
All right. Well said.
Madam Speaker, we would like to continue the bipartisan approach that was started in 2019 with the establishment of the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee, CMOC. That process more or less came to an end around a year ago when the government withdrew from the process. We have said we want to continue with that process. We even think it's important that the opposition works with the government to try and find solutions to our crime problem. With other key stakeholders at the table, so that we can fashion solutions that are in the national interest and take some of the politics out of this critical problem of violent crime. Our only constraint in that regard is that we must operate within the constitutional framework of the country. And we know that we have had a difference of opinion between the government and the opposition on the way in which states of emergency have been employed since 2017. And that matter is before the Constitutional Court for the court to rule. And that's a very important matter because we need to have clarity on it. But subject to the requirements of compliance with the Constitution, we are willing to be creative and cooperative to fashion solutions for the problems that we have. But if you are not willing to work with us, we can't play that role. So I'm calling on the government to resume its participation in CMAC at the highest level. Don't just send the most junior person.
Opposition leader,
send
your time for speaking has expired some time ago. House leader.
Where am I in the queue, Madam Speaker? You are ready. No, I'm next.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education would wish to make. To continue. I thought you were finished.
I'm nearly
I thought you were finished.
I am nearly
My
finished.
apologies. My apologies. Madam Speaker, I ask that you give the Leader of the Opposition additional time to conclude his comments.
Thank you. Thank you, House Leader, acting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm nearly finished. Just to say that I'd like to see that bipartisan approach resumed so we can work in good faith towards solving some of these problems as best we can. You know, none of us have all the answers. All of us have some experience that will be useful, some knowledge which will be useful, and we are committed to working in the best interest of the country to try and solve these problems. And I would hope that as we stand here to express our horror, to express our condolences to the families of the grieving who are grieving the loss of these two young Jamaicans, that we'll use this opportunity to recommit ourselves to working in the best interest of Jamaica to try and solve this problem. And as I said before, we are willing to do so. We're eager to do so, as we believe that is the only way forward to tackle this problem once and for all in the best interest of Jamaica, land we love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I just want to correct what the Leader of the Opposition said in relation to the sentence imposed recently on life imprisonment for the possession of prohibited weapons and ammunition. I think, Leader of the Opposition, the point is that, regrettably, for one reason or another, the judge sentenced under the wrong provision. Not the provision, but the wrong law in that the draft, what they got was the initial draft and not the concluded draft in the House. You see, so the DPP was able to explain it this morning. And to the credit of the DPP, they recognized that something went wrong because normally the DPP would not appeal a severe sentence, but realized that it was wrongly imposed, and therefore, to the credit of the DPP, they actually, decide to take it to the Court of Appeal so the proper process and the proper sentence can be applied. But Leader of the Opposition, we cannot
Opposition Leader, Prime Minister, please allow Minister Chuck. to speak.
We cannot ignore what is present leader of the opposition before us now at the Joint Select Committee. In relation to capital murder, we have the Joint Select Committee has agreed the most severe penalty has to be imposed. And your members and us, we agree. And especially for child killings, child murders, these offenders should be sentenced to life without parole. And the signal should be sent that if any judge should impose a determinate sentence, that the DPP should appeal. So, for child killers. Because, you know, as the Prime Minister and yourself have expressed, the pain caused to the families can never be eased or, you know, be erased. And therefore, the signal, the salutary signal should be sent across all our communities that child killers really, in any circumstances, should get the most severe penalties.
All right.
We are really looking, member, at these various sentences, and don't ignore the fact that we have to guide our judiciary in terms of the minimum mandatory. The truth of the matter is, yes, the Plea Bargaining Act still remains for those who on compassionate grounds come forward, plead guilty, either give assistance or indicate to the court that what occurred was really unfortunate, or in appropriate cases, the plea bargain and also the Criminal Justice Amendment Act can apply. So those we are looking at to ensure that in appropriate cases, the sentence can be adjusted, okay? And that we are looking at. But at the end of the day, this parliament should be united to let gunmen and criminals across Jamaica know that there's no space to hide.
All right. Who is coming next, punching a little fellow?
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
These are not being seen.
Madam Speaker, I stand in Parliament today with a heavy heart as a result of the recent tragic attacks on our children. I begin with the harshest of condemnation.
Minister, hold a moment. Yeah.
These two were unread when the minister was...
No.
We yield to the minister. She's the Minister of Education.
No, well, tell us that, but don't just make it look like we are creating a problem. I'm miserable for you, miserable too. Precisely.
Members, I'm turning off the mics because they also impact the volume at which each member speaks. And based on the number of mics that are turned on, the individual speaking cannot be heard very clearly. I do take note that Member Brown-Burke had her mic on prior to Minister Chuck speaking. Member Hannah, unfortunately, yours had turned off. There was no green light there. So, ignore. No. That's not happening. Oh, your light not coming on? Oh, your light isn't working, Member Hannah? Please check it. Please check it. Just please check it. All right, so member, listen. If you turn on the mic and you do this, the speaker cannot see it at all. So what happens, so that's not the challenge, Member Hannah. So the challenge is, while there are discussions in the House that allow someone to go ahead of you, once the mics get turned off, yours is turned off without my even knowing that it was ever on. And it is something I've observed. So members going forward, once you turn your mic on, just have it erected so that I can see, because I do look at the House to determine who are the persons who are intent on speaking. Thanks, members. So one mic, read at a time. Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand in Parliament today with a heavy heart as a result of the recent tragic attacks on our children. I begin with the harshest of condemnation on those who committed these acts. The pain and sorrow that our communities are enduring are immeasurable, and my thoughts and prayers go out to the affected families and friends who are grappling with these unfathomable losses. Our hearts grieve for 2 of our male students from Chetwood Memorial Primary, only 9 and 7 years old, and an adult who were shot and killed in a car on their way home. I can only imagine the unspeakable grief and pain in the homes and the school community. Our hearts are also with the family and the St. Jude's school community. On Friday, a grade 1 student from St. Jude's Primary in St. Andrew and a mother of a grade 4 student were fatally shot in an apparent drive-by incident. The Ministry of Education and Youth has dispatched teams of grief counselors to both St. Jude's Primary and Chetwood Memorial Primary. And the grief counselors will continue there for as long as needed. Madam Speaker, in the face of such senseless violence, we must come together as a society and offer our unwavering support to those who have been directly affected. We mourn with them, and we stand by their side as they navigate through this dark chapter in their lives. Madam Speaker, our children are our most precious resource, and their safety and well-being should be our utmost priority. In our collective responsibility to ensure that they grow up in an environment free from fear and violence, we must work diligently to protect and nurture our young ones, providing them with the care, education, and opportunities they deserve. I want to reassure Jamaicans that our government is fully committed to addressing these grave concerns. We're working closely with law enforcement to bring those responsible to justice. In addition to seeking accountability, we are also dedicating to preventing such tragedies from happening in the future. Our children's future is the heartbeat of our nation, and we owe it to them to create a world where they can thrive and grow without fear. We utterly condemn these killings, and I know that our law enforcement apparatus will bring the perpetrators to justice as soon as is possible. We ask any Jamaican with any knowledge to report what they know. Every little bit of information can help to bring justice. We cannot bring these children back, but we can ensure that justice is done and done swiftly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, what am I supposed to do? Just speak? No, I know, but I think I would like to. And I want to support what the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition have said.
I will say that I've been giving a lot of latitude because on this statement, we would now take questions. However, persons are making additional statements. Please make them extremely brief.
Madam Speaker, I think as two mothers, this is an extremely important issue. Yeah. And I appreciate your indulgence. I think when the Prime Minister saw my face when he was making the statement, he realized I was frustrated. And I think all of us are frustrated in here because it feels like an echo chamber at this point, because we come here so often to decry, bemoan, and pay condolences to victims of violent crimes. But the situation is even more dire. I mean, there was about 3 weeks ago, during the week, 32 Jamaicans were murdered. And if you look at the international benchmark of what a civil war is, it is 30 per 100,000.
Member, you're now venturing into other areas.
No, Madam Speaker, I'm not. The reason why I mentioned that, and it is really 52, we're at 52 murders per 100,000 in Jamaica. Prime Minister, the reason why I mention it is this. We often come to Parliament to talk about laws, Bail Act, Firearms Act. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I mention the statistics, and if the Minister of Information, I believe, would allow the Speaker to hear, there is a real form of post-traumatic stress disorder that our children are facing in this country. And psychiatrists will tell you that if children are exposed to enough trauma, they develop psychoses, they develop paranoia, they develop mental illnesses where they get hallucinations and delusions. And sometimes those become permanent in their early 20s. I raise it because we never seem to tackle the real elephant in the room, which is that many of our children, first of all, are devoid from making moral decisions because they're not taught how to make decisions, and they grow up with a particular element of how to deal with conflict. If you have a young man, Prime Minister, or beating another one over his shoes, nearly unconscious, you realize at the point we're at. I grieve for this country. All of us do. Because even though we have and we believe that we are safe, we could be in a situation where a gunshot is fired and we get caught in the crossfire. Buju Banton have a song where it says, "Step up," and it is, you know, solid composure, youth, your head can't sick. Woman and picnic still off limits. That no longer exists in Jamaica. Everybody going to get mowed down. Once they feel that you've done something to them, we are at a mental illness crossroads in this country. Never before am I witnessing the kinds of crimes, violent crimes, sick crimes, contract killings. It is almost a den of destruction that we're living in. And so, Prime Minister, every time a child is killed, are we going to come here? I've said before, you have a committee, you have a commission that is looking at some of the socio-economic, socio-cultural, mental health issues. It has Dr. Maureen Sams-Vaughan, Dr. Herbert Gale. It is a bipartisan commission. You've established it. The committee needs to hurry up with its work. There are preventative measures that need to be put in place. And I'm asking you, I don't want to come back here. If it means, and I've said before, Madam Speaker, can we all even have a joint, can we come to Parliament for one day as parliamentarians and try and sift through all of the different elements that we must do? Let us show the country once and for all that we mean business. Let us take a 2-day retreat. We'll do constituency presentation, we'll do sectoral, we'll do a whole heap of something when the picnic them are dead off. And I'm tired. The Prime Minister is tired. The whole of we, you're tired. But we still come and we do it. So, Madam Speaker, that commission needs to come to Parliament and present. I know the Prime Minister implemented it. I want to see what recommendations they have. That commission has actually said, Dr. Herbert Gale says it's going to take 15 years, a generation to change it. A whole generation, but we have to start. Or you're going to have more children's throats being slashed and people doing all kinds of things. So the three questions, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your indulgence and for your latitude. When will that commission complete its deliberation? Can the Parliament come together as a bipartisan room to sift through those urgent pieces of legislation that we must get going? And three, and I know there are committees that do it, but I think we can fast track some things in the urgency. And Prime Minister, three, what can we do as a Parliament to demonstrate to the people that we serve that we really mean business in terms of people who kill? Because up in Top House Hall in Clarendon, you know, them kill a 82-year-old man and chop him up. 82 on Sunday. Why you not go just thief the man things and leave? You have to chop him up? Why? So what can we do as a Parliament? Let us not keep coming back here ad nauseum, Prime Minister. Let us do something urgent and critical on behalf of our people.
Thanks, Member Hanno. Member Brownberg, I think you're next, and then Member Malahoo Fort will turn her mic on, and then Cousins, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Madam.
No, sorry, my apologies. Member Clark, Deputy Speaker's mic was actually on before. It's not on red because we are making an effort not to turn the mics on, to have them turned off. So Deputy Speaker is next. His mic was actually on right after Prime Minister. Deputy Speaker of the House, Heroy Clark, is next. Yeah, go first.
So I'm next or he's next. I just want to be clear. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister invited us to join him in the condemnation and to speak on it. So I'm glad that you are giving the latitude that you are giving. When I first heard the news item, as a mother, the only thought in my head was really, what would I do if I sent my kids out to school in the morning and they did not return in the evening? I only heard that they were killed. And I felt it as if it was one of my sons who would not have been coming home to me. And as I went into this feeling as a parent about who we have become as a people, that a grown man could turn a weapon like that into a car and just shoot like that, not caring who he killed. And as I thought about what had we done as parents in bringing up these children, that we now have adults who are doing that, I recognize that I was, yes, putting on my mother hat, but that I'm also a member of Parliament. And so sometimes we have to use that emotion to also talk about some of the things that we need to look at and the things that we need to do. And I made some notes before the member from Southeast and spoke. And so I don't want it to seem as if I just took what you said. But the truth of the matter is, I remember coming here and hearing the Minister of National Security say that there are only a few persons who are responsible for the murders that take place in Jamaica. Yes? And what that means is that part of the solution we seek is around making sure we have some rules, some mechanisms that allow us to isolate those individuals and to be able to bring them to justice so that our seniors, our children, and others can be safe. And so that's one of the things that I thought about. And I think it's important for us to know where we are with that, how close we are to getting that done so that we can have a sense as to what lies before us. So that's one of the things that came to mind. And then the other, and the Minister of Education spoke about it. When a child is killed, often if it's done at school, we come to, well, whether it's done at school or not, the grief counseling takes place at school. We often ignore, and I speak as a member of parliament with communities that suffer this every day. The community members, when that killing takes place, that murder takes place in the community, the immediate family gets counseling. The community doesn't. And often we miss a number of individuals who are totally traumatized. Yes? And what we have with the level of violence in the country is that we have youngsters who face this trauma day after day after day, to a point where some of this becomes normalized. And the question is, how can we deal with them in a way to help them to get through this period of grief and this anger, this hostility and this loss of hope, so that they do not grow into adults who don't care who they kill, who don't care if it is a senior, if it is a child. And I'm thinking that that is part of what needs to be done. I heard the member from Southeast and speak about the commission. And I'm sure that these are some of the things that they must be looking at. But I believe that we have to begin to do some of these things that the science and the experts tell us that need to be done. I believe that we are also making an error. You know, every one of us in here, and I do believe that, want to see an end to the level of crime and violence in our communities, every single one of us. But there are areas on which we differ, around sentencing, around penalties. And we need to build bridges and create an alliance. I'm wrapping up. And create an alliance. So we should not make enemies out of those who don't agree or believe in the level of sentencing that you want to impose. And to pretend that because that is so, we do not want to see an end to this level of violence. There is and I end with this, there is an African proverb, yes, that says that the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Yes? The warmth of that love that it is denied. And for those of us who from time to time you hear speak about the harshness of sentences, that is the place from which we come, because we want to see a village that is supporting its youngsters, giving them an opportunity to change their ways and to have different experiences so they don't grow and become these hardened criminals. And I wanted to express that today in this parliament, Madam Speaker, because often, especially outside on some other platforms, we make enemies of each other when we really are not.
Thanks, Member. No, I'm going to take Member Cousins first based on the notations received. Member Cousins, your mic is still on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today having listened to all of the sentiments expressed in the House to add my voice to the call for us to focus greatly on the imposition of the death penalty for these matters. One of the major impediments to the death penalty, Prime Minister, is the ruling out of Chimmingham, which focuses on matters that are the worst of the worst and the rarest of the rare. Now, I cannot see how a person coming out of the bush shooting a public passenger vehicle, not knowing who is in it, does not amount to the worst of the worst and the rarest of the rare. And the question is, where do we draw that line? And I think one of the biggest problems we have is also the Privy Council. And so that is why, as an opposition, we keep asking for for us to have the CCJ as the final appellate court, because that decision, as it relates to the worst of the worst and the rest of the rare, came out of the Privy Council. And their experience is vastly different from our experience. And well, we have not tested it there as yet because we have not accepted them as the final appellate court. But I'm saying that maybe because we have that common experience across the Caribbean and there's growing call and a growing unease amongst all persons within the Caribbean and in Jamaica, where the death penalty seems to be there. Just there. And we cannot impose it. And the truth is that many of these persons who are committing these offenses are irredeemable. And these are sometimes terrorist-like activities that are taking place in the country. And so, Prime Minister, I feel compelled to add my voice to the many voices that are calling for the imposition of the death penalty. And it is important because as a member of Parliament, we are allowed, based on our conscience, to articulate our position as it relates to these important national issues. And so, Prime Minister, we need to look at Delroy is beside you. We need to look at the best way forward, how we can speed this thing up through the court so that we can impose the death penalty once and for all, so that persons understand that for every action, there is an equal and an opposite reaction that ought to follow. Thank you very much. Those are my contributions.
The mics, I turned them off. Could you please turn on in order? Member Malahou-Fort.
Madam Speaker, notwithstanding your indulgence, I feel compelled to say, pursuant to Standing Order 86, I seek your leave for the suspension of Standing Order 11A3 to enable me to comment on the statement made by the Prime Minister and the response of the Leader of the Opposition instead of posing questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Minister Malahou-Fort. How did you hear that? Thank you. How long will your response be, Minister? No, I gave 5 minutes to each person who got up, and in some cases, for the opposition, 7 minutes because of how important the matter is. So, Minister, please be mindful of the time limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join the Prime Minister in condemning the horrible murders. Madam Speaker, as you know, I am one of the duly elected representatives from the parish of St. James. And when an incident happens, it doesn't matter which community, it impacts all of us. And as I was coming to Parliament, I had to ask members of my constituency office team to go into the Crawford Street area of Mount Salem, which is under the zones of special operation, to just monitor the tension that is brewing as one of the suspects in the shooting was picked up in the area, Madam Speaker. And we're monitoring, you know, the reprisals and the revenge. So it is a delicate matter for all of us here in the House, in particular from St. James. But you know, Madam Speaker, as I listened to the Prime Minister's statement and the response of the Leader of the Opposition, I couldn't help but think how unfortunate it is. And I do not mean to invite controversy in saying what I'm about to say. I just find it unfortunate that when we equivocate about the law that is on the books, we send signals to the criminal element. Madam Speaker, what distinguishes the war of the state from the war of the criminal terrorist, to borrow the term used by the Prime Minister, is that the state fights while upholding the law, whereas those criminals fight while violating the law. And Madam Speaker, the moral strength and objective justness of the government's war depends entirely on upholding the laws of the state. And by conceding this strength and this justness, the government will serve the purpose of the enemy, the criminal terrorist. I'll say it again. What distinguishes the war of the state from the war of its criminal enemies, the criminal terrorists in this land, is that the state fights while upholding the law, whereas the criminals fight while violating the law. Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter what our views are on the laws during the process of lawmaking. When the law is duly passed by the Parliament, they become the laws of the land. And we shouldn't get into the habit of sending mixed signals to the criminal terrorists about the law, because the state must depend on the strength of the law to fight these criminal enemies. And so, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition used his response to say that he found it unfortunate that the learned director of public prosecution was appealing the sentence in the matter. That is what I understood. That is what I understood from his comment.
Please.
Done. I simply pointed out that the situation as has arisen.
Opposition Leader, just take a moment, please.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to say, and I think I did say, that we were faced with this unusual situation, that one of the first cases brought under the Firearms Act, which resulted in a life sentence being imposed for possession. Unusual was that the DPP had to appeal the matter because of the fact that there was some confusion in relation to how the provisions should be dealt with. And I had said that in the debate in the House, some of these issues were raised, but we were not really taken on board. They were not taken on board, and it's going to result in the need to fix those things. That's all I'm saying. And that's all I was saying.
Madam Speaker, I stand corrected. I was under a different impression. But notwithstanding the explanation given, I think the point still stands because it appears that the facts were not known and the comment was being made in another context. And just to remind, Madam Speaker, that the 2021 amendments to the Judicature Appellate Jurisdiction Act gives the Director of Public Prosecution the power to appeal sentence where the Supreme Court did not have the power to impose the sentence. And so the learned DPP would be derelict in her duty if in the circumstances of the case, whatever it resulted from, that a sentence not authorized by law for the offense convicted of was handed down. That is what our law provides for. It's not just where the sentence imposed is manifestly inadequate or unduly lenient. There are two limbs. Madam Speaker, my point is that, Madam Speaker, that we have to rely on the law to take our fight to the criminal terrorists. And we must not send mixed signals about the laws on our books. The last point I wish to make, Madam Speaker, is that the vilest of criminal is entitled to his due process. Entitled to due process, but if and when convicted, should face a sentence that reflects the gravity of the offense. And we should leave no room for the criminal element to hide or believe that they can take cover under, because the that they are committing, Madam Speaker, are harming every single one of us. And as the speaker from South East St. Anne said, all of us are traumatized, all of us. And every time I hear of another killing, I get numb because we don't know who will be next. So, Madam Speaker, let us be united and let us use the law to fight the criminal elements and not send mixed signals about it.
Thank you, Minister. We will close with member, the Deputy Speaker of the House, Heroy Clark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to rise in support of the argument put forward by the Honorable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for that area, it is with broken heart that I stand here to condemn such a cruel act. Madam Speaker, since the past 3 weeks, we have had 6 murders in that area. And so, Madam Speaker, it is without a doubt that we all, 63 of us in here, must stand together and to say to these barbaric animals that we no longer will tolerate such action. And we must do it in one voice. Madam Speaker, the 2 children, 2 boys, they are not my biological sons. But when I do visit the community of Repasture and Bucktoe Lane in Salt Spring, they are always there. Now, Madam Speaker, going there Thursday when I get back home, I'm going to these 2 areas, hoping to see them, but knowing very well that I will not be seeing them again. Madam Speaker, even as we are here in Parliament today, the Minister of National Security, the Commissioner of the JCF, and members of my team visited the families. And I get the report that it's not something that is comforting. The wailing, the bawling, Madam Speaker, is something that is tearing at the heart. And far too long, Madam Speaker, we go back 5 years ago, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, we start the transformation. JISTV, Chase, the police, and the citizen have started a transformation of that community. And today, Madam Speaker, all that we had worked so hard for is out through the window. I am calling on the Prime Minister to establish in that era a zone of operation, because we really need to bring back Salt Spring to what we want it to be. Madam Speaker, the children in that area, the school is now affected, because last week the double killing was right in front of the infant school and the primary school. Yesterday, it is 2 children from the community. There's no amount of words to express to the family how we feel or to express our sympathy. And so, Madam Speaker, today we call on Jamaica to stand up and say no more. Because as an old saying goes, today for me, tomorrow for you. Let us start to speak out. Let us start to tell the authority what we know. Because, Madam Speaker, the greatest supporter of violence is silence. Madam Speaker, I cry. I cry within, because it is not of me. But today we mourn the loss of 2 promising young men. My condolences to the family, And once again, to the community, it is time you become a national informer. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Prime Minister. Your mic, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank to the members for their very useful contributions. Certain matters were raised, and I will try to go through them very quickly with response. The Leader of the Opposition raised the issue of a joint approach to fighting crime. And I'm very happy to hear the Leader of the Opposition say this. Indeed, it is very important because sometimes his actions and utterances would suggest otherwise. So it is very important. It is very important that
Members, Prime Minister, hold. Members on both sides of the House, silence.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. But it is very important, and I welcome it. The Leader of the Opposition mentioned CMOC. I think, Madam Speaker, it is important that the public is brought into the understanding of the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee. Members in this House may not immediately recall, but I will refresh your memories that the previous Leader of the Opposition and myself came to an agreement that we would have, utilizing the framework of the National Partnership Consensus, out of which we had EPOC, we would have a similar monitoring framework. That framework stood by itself, quite separate from the National Partnership Agreement. In fact, Madam Speaker, the CMOC agreement had a written memorandum of understanding. In fact, it was more than a memorandum of understanding. It was an agreement that was signed at the conference center between myself and the former Leader of the Opposition. It was a big deal. And both sides agreed to abide by the terms of the agreement. Madam Speaker, this administration utilized states of public emergency as a means of treating with the elevated levels of crime, particularly murders. Within the agreement, within the agreement, it was established that there would be particular circumstances and thresholds, that if those circumstances and thresholds were met, then it would be accepted, agreed, that we could use emergency powers. Madam Speaker, between 2018 and 2020, the government of Jamaica used states of public emergency. The laws were not changed. The laws were the same. We could only have declared them and extended them with the support of the opposition. The then Leader of the Opposition, I can't speak for him. He's still a member of the House. But my assessment of his position was that he understood the threat that the nation faced. And I know that there was a divide on that side. Some members did not support and some members did. But nevertheless, the leadership on that side supported the states of public emergency such that they were extended. And as a result of that, the country benefited. In 1 year, we were able to reduce murders by 300 relative to the previous year. And each time we have used that tool, we have reduced murders. I just want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that we did not change or do anything to undermine the agreement. What changed was that a new leader of the opposition came on the scene who was not willing to support what was agreed in CMAC. On a point of order?
The provision in the agreement that was signed said nothing about states of public emergency. It talked about the use of the military in support of the police in accordance with the law when there was a certain threshold passed. That was interpreted as justifying, and from their point of view, the use of states of public emergency. We disagreed with that interpretation. That is not a basis for withdrawing from CMAC.
So, Madam Speaker, one lawful way in which the military is used in support of the police is through the states of public emergency. Madam Speaker, we have used the military also in support of the police through a structured legislation which we passed, the zones of special operations. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear that there was an understanding that either the states of public emergency or the zones of special operations are perfectly within the law. And they were supported. That's the only way we could have used them. What has changed is that the opposition does not support the use of the states of public emergency. And that, Madam Speaker, let's be clear. Let's be clear, that's within their right. That's within their right to not support it. No. Let me make the point. Now, Madam Speaker.
Member Cousins, please. I can hear you very clearly, which means you're speaking loudly, and you have repeated your statement 3 times. I know that it is enjoyable in the House to make a lot of noise. However, this Speaker is not going to tolerate when a member is on their feet that we continue to shout across the House. I have read the record of Hansard, and it makes it absolutely difficult to understand sometimes what was happening in the Parliament, and it is because of exactly that. When our Prime Minister is on his feet, when your leader of opposition is on his feet, one would expect that respect is due across the House. The same must happen for every member. So, I am going to ask for the very last time, allow the Prime Minister to complete his presentation, because this is a matter that is important and of national importance and of our own national security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the only thing that would have changed in the arrangement to have bipartisan national partnership oversight in the form of CMAC is the change in the position of the opposition on the matter of the use.
Opposition leader, excuse me, opposition leader, Prime Minister,
Madam,
it is important
Madam
that
Speaker,
the point being made is heard in the opposition leader, and we heard you. So I'm asking you to allow the Prime Minister to speak in silence. We have to respect each other.
Madam Speaker, I really do appreciate the protection. But Madam Speaker, having been in these trenches and having to deal with my friends opposite, we well understand how to manage the interruptions. But Madam Speaker, back to the point. Now, I won't get into the assessment as to whether or not the government was meeting its metric. The facts are that no other government of Jamaica has spent the national budget that has been spent on national security than this government. None. None. Madam Speaker, things that have been asked for decades, things like digital station diaries, things like an established platform for the procurement of vehicles, even body cameras, we have purchased. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes, and I didn't raise this point, it was raised by the members. Madam Speaker, there is no other government in one term that has built or repaired as many police stations as this administration has. So I just wanted to make that clear. Now, Madam Speaker, the government's duty is to ensure that when we get into partnership arrangements, that those partnership arrangements are not derailed, distracted, hijacked, or used for any other purpose than for the purpose of giving oversight in a fair and balanced way. And Madam Speaker, the government took the view that with the differing position of the opposition, with certain public pronouncements coming out of the Oversight Committee, that it was time for a review. The CMOC arrangement is under review, and I wish to, at this point, Madam Speaker, thank the members who participated in CMOC for their patience, really, until we are now at this point where we can, or very soon, declare a new CMOC arrangement. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Anne Southeast pointed out that we are now somewhere, we're not 50 per 100,000. We're probably about 40, thereabouts. But the point that she was making is important, that our murder rate is of concern because it approximates countries that are in civil conflict. That's a very important point that the House should pay attention to. I have made the point before, but I don't believe the persons who occupy positions of influence and independent authority have absorbed the point, because for many of us, we have a very unsophisticated view of national security. Madam Speaker, our crime problem is over and above the capacity which we have created in our national security architecture to deal with it. Which means that just the magnitude of the crime, let's not talk now about the barbarity of some of the instances that have occurred, but just the magnitude, the sheer number of murders is a threat to our national security. And I want that to be considered, Madam Speaker, because when we go to make pronouncements and give rulings and sentences, we are looking merely on the commission of a crime citizen to citizen, meaning we are looking at the effect of the action of one citizen affecting another citizen or a group of citizens. We don't take into consideration the impact of the crime outside of the locality of where it was committed, or the impact of the crime citizen to state. Yes, other people outside of the locality, but also the impact of the crime citizen to state. Meaning that someone is involved in drugs, and for them to be able to commit the crimes related to that, they commit murder, but they also try to control turf, they try to corrupt the police, they try to corrupt customs, they try to intimidate the judiciary or persons involved in the legal and law enforcement. And all of that weakens the state. But now we are also seeing another element of crime which is emerging, and that is the element of terror. meaning that in the commission of the crime, citizen to citizen, the intent of it is to raise the level of fear in the society. Because if you commit a crime and it is indiscriminate, it is random, and it is brazen, without impunity, the signal that it sends to the society is that the probability of me being a victim, immediately it has risen. What does that do to the citizen relating to their state? It creates a lack of confidence. The fear can be crippling. It affects business. And again, another impact on our national security. I listen to all the comments. As, you know, that's my job as Prime Minister. I have to listen. I can't say, sometimes I can't even open my mouth. I just listen. But sometimes the discussions are so unidimensional that they miss the real threats to our society. We must take into consideration, when we are dealing with crime, the national security element. You know, other countries, Madam Speaker, everything that they do, they look at it through a national security prism. But no, we in Jamaica believe that our sovereignty and stability as a democracy that's free and fair will always exist. That is not the case. And that is why this administration has pursued treating with this issue of crime on a multidimensional path. We started out by using emergency powers. Then we invested, while we were doing that, heavily in the police to increase the capabilities and the numbers of police that we have to do investigation, capture intelligence, do the proper work to gain evidence, and to bring people before the court. But when you have 1,300 murders average or so per year, and you only have a certain number of investigators, you are just not able to deal with the volume of the cases. And that is why the plank of using emergency measures in a preemptive and proactive way is something that we should not ignore the importance of. And my great disappointment that the current opposition has not seen the importance of using that avenue to bring crime under control. It is not a reliance. We can't rely on it. It is not a long-term strategy, but it is an important strategy. Madam Speaker, again, the member from Southeast St. Andrew and the member from St. Anne and the member from South St. Andrew, Southwest St. Andrew, pointed out the need for us to also pursue the crime-fighting strategy on the human element, treating with violence. And you rightfully mentioned the National Violence Prevention Commission, which was established. I had an opportunity to speak with Professor Sams Vaughan, who gave me a commitment that the report will come by the end of December, and then from there we will bring it to Parliament. And you would be aware of that they are doing great work already, trying to coordinate and pull together all the various activities, anti-violence, that is going on in the government. Just quickly, Madam Speaker, to say on this, we cannot rely wholly and solely on the emergency measures. We cannot rely wholly and solely on the police and the military to deal with the crime problem. The human element has to be treated with. These issues that have been raised regarding mental health and trauma, parenting, within the schools, corporal punishment, all of these are elements that we have to treat within our society. What it says, Madam Speaker, is that we are going to have a dedicated institutional framework to treat with violence in the society. The strategic thinking is that we need this national commission to look at what assets we have already deployed in treating with violence, to see where the gaps are, and then the government will have to dedicate a budget and probably create an entire ministry to to start now to coordinate all the state and civil activities, including, yes, to treat with this issue frontally of violence. The biggest challenge, of course, is that our culture has evolved in such a way that we embrace violence. It is an amazing thing that if we were to say to our parents, listen, you can't use corporal punishment in the correction of your child, you would have probably a cultural backlash with our parents. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, that we can't continue with it. Yeah, we just cannot continue with it. We would have a cultural backlash if we start to talk about man and woman business. Because there are some people who just believe, let me not get into that. But we have to break that. We have to break it. So I'm very happy for this debate. And I'm very happy that the members have spoken as they have in condemnation of the murder. But I believe that we have the capacity within us, that with the support of the opposition, with us being clear in what we want to do with the legislation, with us being able to use emergency powers, and again, with establishing now a fully supported institution.
Thank you, House Leader. Favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, in the State of Constituency debate, we continue to have presentations from our members. And today, we will have a presentation from Mr. Donovan Williams, Member of Parliament for Kingston Central. Thank you, Madam.
Member of Parliament for Central Kingston is on his feet. Member Donovan Williams.
Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to also register my disgust at this egregious and diabolical act committed against our children and citizens of our country. Madam Speaker, it is close to home because only recently in Central Kingston, we had a situation in Almond Town where a 3-month-old baby sustained gunshot wounds. The child's mother and grandmother were killed. It is alleged that the father of the child was the intended target. And as a result, the mother and grandmother who were in the vicinity were shot. Madam Speaker, this is happening too often in our country. And you know, the member from Southeast St. Anne, I listened to her a short while ago. Always a very objective and, sometimes balanced in her approach. But, I will admit that I have always, in my short sojourn in this parliament, regarded her as one of the sober person on that side of the aisle. But she registered her concern, and she asked, what are we doing as a parliament? And she suggested a retreat, and what are we doing? But I want to tell her that I am I'm deeply honored to be a part of a joint select committee
that is currently, only this morning we met, as a committee that is reviewing and proposing amendments to the Offences Against the Person Act with a view to impose serious penalties for these egregious acts of murder. Because one of the ways in which we as a parliament register our disgust, the people elected us and given us a mandate to speak. And when I walk through my community and listen to the residents, they are fed up, they are tired, and they are asking for more serious sentences. So, the member from South East Centre, I wish to tell you, I'm on the committee, and I will tell you that we are at an advanced stage. I don't want to presume on the prerogative of my chairman.
Yes.
But I will tell you that we are far advanced, and soon and very soon, this parliament, will be sending a serious message. If you do the crime, you pay the time, or you do the time. Now, Madam Speaker, so I know I have taken some time from my presentation to address it, but it is very important. And, sorry, oh, Mr. Speaker, sorry, yes, Mr. Speaker. So we too have that concern in Central Kingston, and crime and violence pose a challenge for us there. It still poses a challenge. But as in Almontown, I can assure the residents that the police are on top of the situation there. They have increased their, well, they have saturated the space. Joint military police operations are conducted daily in the Almontown division. And I have had word with the commanding officer, that is Superintendent Beresford Williams, and he is determined that the players who are disturbing Almontown will be brought to justice, and the situation will be curtailed in short order. Now, having said that, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my apologies, the figures show a downward trend in murders and shootings across the constituency generally. The Zone of Special Operation in Parade Gardens is reaping success. Since its implementation approximately 2 years ago, we have had 1 murder in the zone, and shootings are down significantly, almost non-existent. On the eastern side of the constituency, things are holding up. The partnership with the community and the police has been great, particularly in the Franklintown community. But there are still pockets across the constituency that we are watching. For example, there's a little issue between Tower Street, around the Tower Street and McQuinney Street area. And there are also issues in the Rose Gardens community. Sporadic and occasional, but the police are on top of it. But you know, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the most Honorable Prime Minister's presentation a short while ago. And I must say that one of the most effective ways to fight this scourge of crime and violence is to equip our police force with the necessary resources that they need to fight this scourge. And I can assure you that this government, this Andrew Holness-led administration, is doing that, just that. We have recently refurbished the Franklintown police station. We have seen a saturation of officers in the space. We have seen more beautiful police cars, more efficient police cars patrolling the space. And so that may be one of the factors that is contributing to that drastic reduction in the Franklintown community. So I just want to say thank you. Thanks to the Minister of National Security and the administration for that investment
in the police force, which is reaping fruits in Central Kingston. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's been a little over 3 years since the well-thinking people of Central Kingston elected me to represent their interests. And I'm happy to say that I have not betrayed that trust.
Absolutely.
The phenomenal work that is ongoing in the constituency in various spheres of development is a testament to that fact. I am deeply indebted to my hardworking constituency executive. Our constituency secretary is here, Councillor for the Raytown Division, Ms. Rosalie Hamilton, and caretaker for the Almontown Division, Mr. Andre Ellis, for their continued and indispensable support. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, upon my introduction to the community, I identified several issues affecting the constituency, primarily an aged housing stock, unemployment, poor sanitation, crime and violence, which we just spoke of, substandard community roads, and general infrastructure deterioration. But as daunting as these issues appear, there was one thing that made us hopeful, and that was the confidence of the residents who wanted better for their constituency, and that the best opportunity to turn things around is under this Andrew Holness-led administration. The people have confidence in this administration to reverse the ills and their misfortunes. And let me segue. Yes, man. No. The housing stock. Let's take, for example, the housing situation in Central Kingston. As we know, the housing stock is of some vintage, Mr. Speaker. Most of the structures are decades old. And so it will take a mammoth effort and significant resources to restore it to its glory days, having been allowed to deteriorate without any previous serious effort to arrest it. Now, this MP has not accepted the status quo. There are some major government policy initiatives that we are utilizing to start to arrest this problem. One, the new social housing program under the under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and the Ministry of Local Government as well. The National Housing Trust Scheme Upgrade Program, yes, which is the brainchild of our leader, the most honorable Prime Minister.
Transformational.
The Housing Repair Assistance component of the Constituency Development Fund, and the Housing Repair Assistance through the MEGJC as well. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that we are looking to, before December, to deliver 6 more houses under the new social housing program.
What?
No, this will make the total built since September 2020. This will make the number built under the Prime Minister, under the social housing program, 13. So we have done 13. No, I don't want anybody to get jealous because I apply for them, because I have the need. The need is there. And the justification is there because all these beneficiaries were vetted and they met the criteria. And the truth is, looking at our housing stock, we can't be jealous because you guys drive through there every day and you see what we have to deal with. We need the help down there. Now, we are pleased to report, too, that the Hanover Street multifamily housing project is at the architectural design stage, and this will benefit another 20 families who are currently living in substandard conditions. Now, in my previous presentations, Mr. Speaker, I spoke of the Fleet Street housing scheme. Now, this housing scheme is home to approximately 500 residents. Now, it was built in the 1980s. I spoke to it in previous presentations, but I just want to say today that it is 90% complete under the National Housing Trust Scheme Upgrade Program. The Legacy Program. Now, as we speak, contractors have commenced the rehabilitation of the roads, the gates, and the car park area. We have completed the painting. We have completed waterproofing. So, essentially, we are building in Southside a gated-style housing scheme.
What?
And I will invite members of Parliament on a tour one of these days when it is completed. Now, Madam Speaker, in addition to that, we continue to assist persons to improve their homes through the CDF and with assistance from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Approximately 30 homes have so far benefited under the program, and many more have received financial assistance under the CDF Housing Repair Program. Now, Madam Speaker, Central Kingston has not gone untouched by the continued decline in the unemployment rate. More of our residents are being absorbed into the labor force, both in the private and public sector. The increase in the minimum wage and the general improvement in salaries, the growth of the construction sector, the business processing outsourcing sector, the services industries, the IT sector are all absorbing our people. More of our young people are going out to work. This is a testament to the effective and good management of the Andrew Holness-led administration. And I will venture to say this is one of the ways in which we will also arrest the crime problem. Because when we get more of our young people and our vulnerable youths out to work, then, as they say, the devil find work to give, idle hands. If we get our people working and getting busy, then obviously that is one of the ways in which we will tackle this scourge of crime. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government has introduced several programs that demonstrate its commitment to education and skills training. The removal of fees for applicants to the Hard Trust and STA, the Sixth Form Pathway Program, the Learning and Investment for Transformation LIFT Program, the Finance Ministry additional $3 million back-to-school allocation through the CDF. These initiatives have taken root in my constituency. More individuals are accessing skills training and applying to tertiary institutions. This year, we have seen an increase in application under the education component of the Constituency Development Fund. More people, our people are seeking to advance themselves through education. And we have to create that environment and the opportunity for them. We have spent approximately $10 million on education assistance and submitted several applications for tertiary financial assistance from the Ministry of Education. You know, at this juncture, I want to congratulate a daughter of the Bowel of the constituency, young Amanda Miller. She couldn't be here today, but I'm congratulating her on her admission to the University of the West Indies Faculty of Law, straight out of sixth form at St. Hugh's High School for Girls. Amanda is also the recipient of a bursary under the Jamaica Labour Party's 80th anniversary scholarship and bursary program. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are many more Amandas across the constituency, and we must continue to nurture and support them. When our young people in the constituency express or demonstrate mental acuity or mental acumen, we should support them. And so I just want to congratulate the administration, the chairman, the general secretary, and the leader of the Jamaica Labour Party for helping us with that bursary. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be denied that Central Kingston is a cleaner place today. It's a cleaner place today. The NSWMA with the acquisition of the new trucks, has stepped up its garbage collection efforts in the constituency. The KSAMC has also introduced a new garbage collection program, supplementing that of the NSWMA, of which Central Kingston is a beneficiary. While we continue to make Central Kingston a cleaner place, I am calling upon the NSWMA to step up its enforcement activities against unlawful garbage disposal. Why do I say that? There are skips and areas designated for residential disposal, but they are being used by commercial entities. And what that does is to cause this overflow and create a problem. No, we're asking the NSWMA to visit these enterprises and to ensure that these business places sign up or become part of the program of disposal of their commercial garbage. But all in all, we have been improving the sanitation. And if you drive along South Camp Road, you recall a couple of years ago, you drive along South Camp Road, there was garbage on the left, garbage on the right, all over the place. Today, we have eliminated that. What you see now is a cleaner place, and we have decorated some of these areas with murals thanks to TPDCO and their assistance. And so we are improving the psyche of our people, instilling our sense of pride in their community. Now, Mr. Speaker, overflowing sewage in our streets must never be a feature of any modern society, or for that matter, any modern city. It is not good for the health and psyche of our people. Too often, we have to be making calls to the NWC to clear these overflowing manholes. And yes, the NWC must be commended for their quick response and for carrying out major remedial work in many cases. And so I just want to single out the work done along the Sutton Street, Smith Lane intersection and the Beeston Street and James Street intersection in Rose Gardens. We had a major issue there recently, which NWC remedied in a timely manner, and we have not had any adverse reports. It seems to be holding up. But, Mr. Speaker, it is time for a more comprehensive approach to this issue so that we can once and for all eliminate it. I know the issue is under contemplation at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I've had words with Minister Matthew Samuda, and the government has a plan, I understand, to overhaul the entire sewage system in the downtown area. We look forward to that day. Mr. Speaker, we laud the Prime Minister's recently announced urban renewal program. And we have allocated over $4 million to the removal of zinc fences. In fact, we have been removing zinc fences on a consistent basis throughout the community with the help of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The following areas have so far benefited from the project: John Street and Potters Row in Raytown, Lad Lane, Barry Street and Tower Street, Lad Lane, Barry Street, Tower Street, Fleet Street in Parade Gardens, Goodwin Park Road in Campbelltown. The areas to benefit under Phase 1 of the recently announced program are Hitchins Street and Arnold Road in Almontown, Rum Lane in Parade Gardens, McQuinney and Tower Street in Raytown. At this rate, step by step, we are seeking to totally eliminate zinc fences across the constituency. It is unsightly. It encourages hideouts. It obstructs the police in their fight against crime. And the people, when we remove these zinc fences from the community, the people feel the sense of pride in their community. And you know, we have to do this to show the people that we are serious about urban renewal. So these are the steps that we have to take to show the residents that we are demonstrate that government is serious about urban renewal and instill a sense of hope in them. In the next phase, we will be moving to the Franklin Town and Rose Gardens area. Central Kingston will experience a zinc fence removal program like never before. I don't like to see zinc fences. Other MP, I don't like to see zinc fences. So I will pull out all the stops to get rid of them. The recent earthquake, Mr. Speaker, has underscored the need for us to take a more serious look at the derelict buildings across the constituency. You know, I never get a rosy constituency, you know, where everything is sweet and nice. You know. Yes. Yes. That rosy is sweet and nice. That rosy is sweet and nice. You know, there are old buildings with seemingly no owners, or should I say, elusive owners. These structures are compromised. They pose serious health and security risks to our residents. We must find a way to demolish them. We must find a way to get rid of these buildings before they demolish us. Because if we don't remove them, you know, we know the issues. We know it involves budgetary issues because the cost to demolish buildings, you know, it is costly. We know that the equipment, etc., the trucks, the cartaway, the removal. We know the legal procedures to contact owners and to issue notices. But we have to take a serious look at it because the earthquake recently has taught us that. You know, God has spared us, and we have to give God thanks for his mercies. But it could have been worse, and people who are living in these communities where right now I have buildings that have been shaken down. I have them in my, I'll be seeking assistance to help restore some of these buildings, fences and homes. But we currently have buildings that fell down. No. So we're asking that the KSMC take the lead on this and request the budgetary support. I know no doubt that at some point in the future we may have, consistent with the PM's, with the most honorable Prime Minister's urban renewal plan, that it may figure prominently as it relates to Central Kingston. Since September 2020, Mr. Speaker, we have rehabilitated several roads in the community, both through the NAA and the KCMC. We patiently await the commencement of works in relation to the several roads submitted under the $40 million road project. And just before I came here, I have good news for the residents along Gold Street. Just before I came here, I received a call, and I actually went on the location that Gold Street, as the procurement is complete, the contract has been signed, and the walkthrough, they conducted a walkthrough today, and so Gold Street is one of those roads under the $40 million project, $40 million allocation that will commence shortly. Pardon me? Yeah, I am hopeful that the procurement issues will be resolved in short order, so that the other roads, it's just one out of my many that I submitted. So at least we are seeing some signs that, you know, soon and very soon, you know, all MPs will be celebrating, and we hope that that happens before the Christmas. Mr. Speaker, many of our people wish to regularize their electricity usage, but many cannot afford the cost involved. The Jamaica Social Investment Fund has stepped up, and with their generosity, Mr. Speaker, I will be getting back my time. Yes, Mr. Speaker, many of our people wish to regularize their electricity usage, but many cannot afford the cost involved. And I'm happy for the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. They have stepped up, and with their generosity, have wired approximately 150 homes across the constituency. not want to presume on their generosity, but I'm asking that consideration be given to a further allocation as we encourage our residents to come on the grid. I am also calling upon the Jamaica Public Service to do a serious review of our non-functioning streetlights and take steps to repair them. Our residents, for the most part, are law-abiding, and we must take steps to encourage and foster that spirit of compliance. Mr. Speaker, the constituency does not have its own health center or clinic. They have to travel outside the constituency to do that. And residents, I have been bombarded daily by residents that is one of their primary concerns in Central Kingston. But I'm happy to say, Minister Tufton is here. I see him chuckling. But I'm happy to say that I've had word with Minister Tufton, and he has given us the green light to find a suitable location in Central Kingston for a health facility. Now, we don't know. We are on the hunt. We don't know if it will materialize in this budgetary cycle, but at least we have the assurance from the minister that he has heard our plight, and I can assure the residents that we will continue to lobby on their behalf so that they can have their own health center, own facilities. I am pleased to announce that we have finally secured the funding to enter upon phase 2 of the Raytown Sports and Recreational Center. This involves primarily the construction of a futsal scrimmage court and a walking jogging trail. The project is at the procurement stage, and we hope to commence construction and completion before the end of this year. I want to thank the TPD course under the Ministry of Tourism for stepping up, and some other co-funders. We are taking steps. We know the importance of sports and recreation to our constituency, and we have taken steps in that regard. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I am constrained to reiterate the point that the best chance of reversing the ills that have plagued Central Kingston is under this Andrew Holness-led administration. The evidence is there.
Yes.
The work is going on. Yes. The people have hope. They know we are serious.
Mr. Speaker, considering that the member was interrupted in his presentation, I ask for him to be given 3 minutes more.
The request for the extension of the time is on the floor. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. You may continue, sir.
Yes. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, yes, I am constrained to reiterate the point that the best chance of reversing the ills that have plagued the constituency of Central Kingston over the years is under this Andrew Holness-led administration. They had gotten their chance and did nothing. As my brother MP Southwest St. Elizabeth says the other day, forward ever, backward never. And I am deeply humbled to be given the opportunity by the residents to participate in this process of renewal. Gone are the days of wanton neglect of the people's business. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the debate be suspended.
Those in favor? Those against?
Mr. Speaker, I now ask you to continue with the agenda in the usual order. Thank you.
Statement by ministers. Announcements. Prime Minister, turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to brief the House expeditiously on two important areas of the government's operations, areas which don't always get the level of attention that they deserve, but they are critical in the transformation of the Jamaican society, and that is GovNet and the broadband project. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's transition to becoming a digital society is one of the stated priorities of the government. Today I rise to provide members of this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica with an update on aspects of our national digital transformation journey. Madam Speaker, a digital society is one where digital technologies are adopted and integrated into the society and are used extensively by the population in their daily lives to communicate, to learn, to work, to create, to entertain, and to stay healthy. Why is it important that Jamaica becomes a digital society? Madam Speaker, there are a myriad of reasons, but they can be encapsulated into two high-level objectives. The first, we want to improve the quality of life of our citizens by delivering inclusive, trusted, and efficient services for all. This means making it easier, faster, and more seamless to access government services for all citizens. I know that there are some who have fears and are skeptical. For some, Mr. Speaker, they believe in various conspiracies about digital transformation. I wish to assure those persons, Mr. Speaker, that the government wants to ensure that all Jamaicans are able to access digital technologies and to access the services that the digital technologies make possible. The government is not interested, and indeed the government is acting to ensure that the best interest of the public is preserved by the use of digital technologies. The second objective is to enable Jamaican individuals and businesses, particularly small and micro enterprises, to leverage digital technologies to become globally competitive. Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of what is oftentimes called the fourth industrial revolution. Others say that with the advancement in AI, we are now in the fifth industrial revolution. Whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, Jamaica has been left behind with the first industrial revolution which took place at that time. We were still a colony and we were still pretty much enslaved society. So we didn't get to fully benefit from and internalize and develop our own technology. We cannot allow these technological developments in this era to pass our society by. And that is why we are investing so heavily in ensuring that Jamaica can benefit from the new technologies which are emerging. We are doing this, Mr. Speaker, the right way. We're doing this by using and respecting what we call values in implementing the digital society. And one of the first value or principle is respect. And Mr. Speaker, whenever we introduce anything new that people may have concerns about, maybe skeptical about, we can't treat persons as if their views don't matter. So we know that not everyone in the society is a digital native. And therefore, we have to respect that. We have to respect the views of citizens about technology. So whatever the government does as it relates to the implementation of the strategies for digital society, it will be done with respect for the citizens and their views and perspective. Whatever we do, it will be done with inclusion in mind. We would not want a digital divide to take place where, because some persons are native to technology or more embracing of technology, their fortunes in the society is better than those who don't have access or who are unable to utilize technology. So we have to adopt a posture where we make technology available to everyone, but empower them with knowledge and information and training so that they can use the technology. And this is regardless of age, financial standing, education level, gender, or disability. We want everyone to be able to have the opportunity to benefit from and use technology. And then, Mr. Speaker, a critical principle is that of trust and transparency. Citizens' data must be protected and only be used for the purpose for which they have given consent for it to be used. The systems that we put in place to store your data, those systems, well, we can't say that they're going to be foolproof. There are no foolproof systems, but they must have the highest level of security, and they must have strong legislation around them to ensure that whatever data we have for citizens, that data is protected and only used according to the consent of the citizen. And the other important principle is that of efficiency. We will harness technology to make access to services, government services in particular, more efficient, save you time, and help to increase productivity. And when we put those principles together, respect, inclusion, trust and transparency, and efficiency, we say that we are doing our digital transformation the right way. Mr. Speaker, the movement towards digital transformation and towards a digital Jamaica is not merely about technological progression, but leveraging technology as an enabler to nurture a more equitable, knowledgeable, and prosperous society. Mr. Speaker, the national digital transformation has several elements or building blocks, including the national identification system, for example. Today, I will provide an update on GovNet and the National Broadband Project. GovNet, Mr. Speaker, is a key building block of enabling the government to digitize its activities and to connect the government across all platforms. In 2016, the administration laid the groundwork for a government network. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a physical network, which has been progressing steadily with significant milestones already achieved. This government network, known as GovNet, represents my administration's commitment to creating true connected government. GovNet will connect government entities across Jamaica in a manner that is secure, adaptable, and robust. When the government entities that are interconnected through this network, which we call GovNet, the potential for their service delivery and for their productivity will increase immensely. The efficiency of government operation improves significantly when data and resources can be shared seamlessly and securely across agencies. This results in faster processing time for public services, from the issuing of permits to providing health care and disbursing social benefits, and therefore, Madam Speaker, the citizens benefit immensely. In the context of resilience and security, a connected government enabled by GovNet is better equipped to handle emergencies and crises. Whether it is a natural disaster or a cyber threat, a robust government network can facilitate a coordinated and efficient response. In essence, GovNet is not just about connecting buildings and offices. It is about unlocking the potential of our government to serve the people, protecting the nation's digital assets, and propelling Jamaica into a prosperous future of sustainable growth and innovation. So, Madam Speaker, since 2019, over 49 ministries, departments, and agencies have been connected within the Kingston metropolitan area, signifying a giant leap towards enhancing interagency communication. This work is being led by the government's digital government organization, eGov, Jamaica Limited, which now falls under the Office of the Prime Minister, with support from several strategic partners such as the National Work Agency, the Ministry of Science, Energy, Technology, and Transportation, the Spectrum Management Authority, the Ministry of Education and Youth, the Universal Service Fund, and the Transformation Implementation Unit of the Ministry of Finance. Together, they are working assiduously to make GovNet a reality. The project scope is comprehensive. This includes the design of the government network, which is already done, the technical designs. Then there is the development of a network governance framework towards management and maintenance of this significant network. This framework is already complete. Then there is the implementation of the GovNet core, which is the hub of the ICT network, the fiber optic cable expansion and upgrades across the Kingston metropolitan area, and then connecting those core sites. This, Madam Speaker, is in progress. There is the establishing of a network operating center called the NUC at eGov Jamaica. This is now being built out. And then there is the connection of all ministry head offices in the KMA and other targeted entities, totaling an additional 50 entities for onboarding, and this is in progress.
House Leader, Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I ask you to allow the Prime Minister sufficient time for him to complete his presentation.
The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I will. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the 15 minutes. Is providing project management services to supervise the installation of underground fiber optic cables to connect 4 GovNet core sites located at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, eGov Jamaica Limited, the National Works Agency, and the JUTC depot at Ashenine Road. This aspect of the GovNet project is funded through the IDB in the amount of US $850,000. The GovNet core site will house the main networking equipment that will facilitate the transmission of data across the island between government agencies. The civil works, which will enable the installation of underground fiber optic cables, is in progress along major thoroughfares in the Kingston and metropolitan area. Members of the public in Kingston would see works being progressed on, for example, Old Hope Road, along Wellington Drive, Mona Road, Spanish Town Road, Maxfield Avenue, Morosco Road. These works are being done to lay the fiber optics that will make the physical connections to ministries, but to the core networking sites that will manage the exchange of data. These works are expected to be completed by the 31st of March 2024. This, Madam Speaker, is a major investment in Jamaica becoming a digital society. When we talk about improved communications between our ministries, you know, Madam Speaker, recently the government changed its management of traffic ticketing. And we put in place new technology. And that would require our courts to be connected, so that in the future we would have the capacity to be able to examine a document in one court that might be some distance away. But the beauty of this network is that this is the government's network, hence GovNet. We will be able to layer on top of this network all kinds of services, which previously we couldn't do. If we were able to do it, it was slow. Now we have our own dedicated information highway. And we're going to be building it out even further, not just for Kingston and St. Andrew, right across Jamaica. But this network also provides redundancy, because the more fiber optics and more communication options that you have, if there is a break, you can reroute. And with various service agreements, you can reroute onto other networks. So it gives Jamaica a kind of resilience in our internet and fiber optic communications, that in the event of a natural disaster, this now becomes an emergency tool for the nation. So I thought the country should be aware of this, because when we talk about digital transformation, we hear sometimes more noise coming from those persons who don't have a genuine understanding of what we are doing, and who would mislead the public, who is not seized of all the good things that we're doing to improve. So everyone wants faster internet speeds. Everyone wants more reliable internet. Everyone wants to be able to access the government's websites for services and know that they are reliable, that they are up to date, and that they are offering the services that are relevant to them. To get to that, you have to have the backbone of the fiber optic. Everyone wants to have a camera on every street corner. Yes. Everyone says, why not put up more cameras? To get to that point, you need to have that fiber optic cable. You know, everyone is saying, why not have speed cameras to control the traffic and license plate read? To get to that point, you have to have that fiber optic physically laid. So the government is doing what is necessary for the realization of these digital and technological services that we see improving our quality of life. Madam Speaker, another important building block of our country in our journey to becoming a digital society is the National Broadband Initiative. The government of Jamaica is steadfastly committed to ensuring that every citizen and business can tap into the vast potential of the digital age. Recognizing that national broadband access is a pivotal cornerstone of modern society and a key driver of economic and social development, we will continue to expand and sustain nationwide broadband coverage through both fiber and wireless connection. Our aim is to bridge the digital divide and create a truly inclusive digital society. This means that not just urban centers, but also rural and underserved communities will have access to high-speed internet. Alexandria, the member from Southeast, St. Ann isn't here. Southwest, St. Ann isn't here. Morant Bay, the members from East and West, St. Thomas. Oh, Xavier, you're Forgive me, member, forgive me. Blue Mountain. That's East Rural, Portland, East and West Portland, and parts of St. Thomas. Yes, Moko, the member from Clarendon. No matter where, we will ensure that all Jamaica has access to broadband. We are going to connect up all Jamaicans. Everybody will be connected. Yeah, everybody will have one link. One link. I like that one. One link. You know, Madam Speaker, the most amusing thing is that the very people who are, you would describe them as Luddites, those people who spurn technology and who are believers in conspiracy theorists about technology. Where do you find them? On the internet, using the technology. But whenever there is anything new, you will always have skepticism. And a healthy skepticism is important to make sure that the technology isn't used for nefarious purposes and that governments check themselves, because sometimes, you know, we have had cases in history where governments have embraced new technologies without fully understanding what the implications are. Whilst there is obviously a rush to figure out how we can use AI, I think all countries realize that we have to be so very careful about this new technology and how it is deployed. So a healthy skepticism should not be dismissed, but when it becomes a diversion from the benefits of the people, governments have to act decisively. So by leveraging a mix of technologies, including the latest in fiber optics and wireless solutions, we will bring connectivity to every corner, nook and cranny of our nation. And if you look at the map that is presently being displayed, I don't have a pointer, but you can see various highlighted lines which show where our fiber optic cables are laid, and you will effectively see that there is almost a ring around the island. So some are privately owned, some are publicly owned, and the dark blue, which is the inset, that's the GovNet network, which is mainly located in the KMA, Kingston and St. Andrew. The intention is to have that GovNet network spread right out to where we have major urban centers and where there is a presence of a government campus. So government departments and agencies that have subsidiary offices right across Jamaica, we'll have the networks there. Madam Speaker, under the National Broadband Initiative, we now have 14 parish courts, 6 police stations, all municipal corporations, and 524 educational institutions across the island connected via dedicated internet access. A shared network arrangement being managed by eGov Jamaica Limited, and this is financed by the Universal Service Fund. Every month, new schools are added to the network. The team at the Ministry of Education and Youth have been diligent in their work to ensure that every school and every student has stable, low-cost access to the internet. Madam Speaker, this government will not only seek to connect the schools, but we are also going to be able to coordinate the resources to ensure that the connection is island-wide and meaningful. So, Madam Speaker, just to be clear, we need to bring more courts onto the system. More government entities will be brought on, 50 more within the KMA, and we're going to eventually have all our public schools on this network. What it means is that the cost of internet, some schools would tell you what they were paying for internet costs. Exceptionally high. But because we have been able to coordinate the fiber optic and other communication resources, and because we are investing in expanding those resources, we are now able to provide internet at, you could say, a fraction of what some schools were paying to access internet, particularly those rural schools that were far off what is described as the last mile of a utility. They were very rural. So now we are able to provide those children with access to the information highway. And this is how technology is helping Jamaica. We have made another important decision, Madam Speaker. We have announced the Spark program. And the discussion here regarding roads, I will address that at my next presentation in Parliament. But we have taken a decision that whichever road is being repaired under the Spark program, once it is a road that carries significant traffic and has significant population along it, we will lay a fiber optic cable. So all our people will be connected. That's the idea. And you know, we are targeting 2,000 roads. So it is going to be a significant improvement in the creation of our national broadband network and the government. So we are not just laying cables and erecting towers. We are building the foundation of a resilient, dynamic, and connected Jamaica. Through this effort, we affirm our dedication to equipping our citizens with the tools and opportunities they need to thrive in a global digital economy, fostering innovation and ensuring that the benefits of the new Jamaica is shared with all. I close by saying, Madam Speaker, When people think of Jamaica, they think of Sun, Sea, Sun, Bob Marley, Usain Bolt. There are some other things that are coming up now when you do a brand map of Jamaica. But one of the things that is emerging, which we should be proud of, is that Jamaica is now being seen as a case study in economic success, in particular in fiscal management. It is a significant attraction for investment. The old model for attracting investment is that government should give incentives. So we should cut our prices, cut our, our fiscal requirements in order to attract investment. But that is an acknowledgement that we needed to give these concessions because institutionally, socially, we may have some disadvantages that we need to compensate for. Now, the new model of development is to offer stability because that is an incentive in itself. It is to offer institutions that protect investments because that is an incentive in itself. We are transitioning now to develop two other areas of investment attraction. One is your labor force, your human capital. If you have good human capital, people will come. The other important plank of attracting investment is your technological base. If you look at the richest companies in the world, and I use the term richest in terms of market capitalization, you will see that 80% of them are in technology. That is and will be for a long time the future of the world. If we have the human resources that demonstrate that we are technology friendly, we are innovative and creative, and we embrace technology, businesses will come and locate here. And if we have the infrastructure to support technology, and that infrastructure means connectivity, particularly high-speed internet connectivity, businesses will come and locate here. And that is what the government is doing. This is a part of a larger development plan. So I would wish, Madam Speaker, that those who use their access to technology to tear down technology, I would wish they would realize that what they are actually doing is trying to keep people in the dark and trying to keep our people poor. If we're going to transition, we need to embrace technology in the right way, and we will do it with respect, we will do it with inclusion, we will do it with trust and transparency, and we will do it with efficiency. And we will ensure that all Jamaicans benefit from technology. We have started to lay the road to prosperity. When you see us now laying the cables along our roads, that is now creating the information highway in government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Finance, you may proceed in turning your mic on again. Please turn, no, yes, it was on. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm responding to the Prime Minister.
Leader of Opposition Business, I am fully aware. What I've been trying to ensure is that once someone's mic is on and I'm required to turn it off to facilitate the movement, of the proceedings, that I acknowledge to them I've turned their mic off and that they can turn it on again so that they are next in line.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Prime Minister on this presentation, which is quite detailed, and to say that we are seeing the continuation of a vision and a mission which started some time ago. You know, Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister became Prime Minister in 2016, I used to attend all the functions dealing with ICTs, and he would acknowledge in the crowd that he has gotten a baton. So the race was already in session, in motion. Right? And what he said then was that he was going to make the best effort at his time at the crease. But seriously, Madam Speaker, there was a vision. And Jamaica started on this mission to become a digital society, even though we didn't use those terms. We started with the improvements in our telecommunication services when we liberalized telecommunications. And that was where we started. And it was always with this vision that we are going to use technology to transform our economy and society so that we are able to earn more and to do better. Madam Speaker, when we started this mission, we had a tremendous deficit in terms of access to pure telecommunications, voice technology. Jamaica was one of the lowest countries in terms of teledensity. And within 3 years, we had over 100% in terms of access to basic telecom service. But somehow along the way, people got the sense that this was only about to get people to talk, and as it has become fashionable now, to be on social media. But it wasn't that. It was to enable us to become wealthy by the various benefits that will flow from the technology. Madam Speaker, when we established a Universal Service Fund, it was to recognize that some people would not be able to afford even some of the basic services. And at the time, we wanted to ensure that, especially in terms of broadband access, that we would use the Universal Service Fund to enable that, to reach everybody who could not afford it. And I commend the government for what they have continued to do in terms of the community Wi-Fis that have been established. But again, I am seeing people misusing these access. So a lot of youngsters will gather around these sites and they're playing games or on social media. What I would love to see are some small businesses who don't have access to telecommunications or broadband technology to gather around these sites to promote their businesses, to share information with competitors and so on and so forth. That has not really taken off. One area of disappointment, Prime Minister, is that in 2003, we decided to introduce competition in terms of undersea fiber cable. And with the award of a license to FiberLink, which became Columbus. But since that time, that facility has now been owned, been purchased by Cable and Wireless. And so we are down to one player in that field. And I really want to urge the government, because I believe that there's an opportunity for at least another player. If Jamaica is going to be delivering all of these services and achieving growth, we are going to need far more access to broadband technology than currently exists. Prime Minister, I am so happy that you mentioned eGov. Because when eGov was established by me, by the former government. It was to recognize that government had to improve on its service delivery. It was to enable an online government with the capacity to deliver better quality service. But there was a forerunner to that, because you can't deliver proper services if you don't have the infrastructure. So, Prime Minister, when we awarded that license to FiberLink in 2003, we secured, by the terms of that license, dark fiber, which was mandated to the Ministry of Construction, the NWA, to own. So the license that was granted allowed the National Works Agency to own fiber in that facility that was being established. So from that time, we had envisioned that the government would need to have its own capacity. And that's how GovNet came about. And again, I'm so happy that the baton has been extended, and you are on that route. One of the things that we found when we established GovNet, when we did an assessment of the government, we found that there were certain areas where you had overcapacity. People were computerizing. People were beginning to recognize the value of the technology. But there were certain areas that had undercapacity. And the aim was to put up everybody, but you couldn't do that without cheaper broadband access. And I'm so happy that GovNet is now becoming a reality. And to urge that as we transform our government, we are able to really meaningfully and materially see our people benefiting from this transformation. And that's why I appreciate the whole business of transparency. That's why I appreciate that no one will be left behind, and that people will be sensitized as to the value of having a more efficient government. And we're looking forward to the continuation of that vision, and indeed to return the baton to us as quickly as possible. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well said.
Thank you, Member. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, just quickly, the sentiments expressed by the member from East Kingston and Port Royal is acknowledge the general concept of a digital society took root long before my administration. And I recall as far back as the introduction of computer labs in schools, which the member was significantly responsible for, that it was the contemplation. What we have done, Madam Speaker, which is, I'm not seeking to make a break with the general trajectory, but just to define what we have done, is to use technology, to define and develop the technology as an important part of Jamaica's investment attractiveness. So we are using technology to secure our economic independence. That's really what it is. And that's why we have been so aggressive in driving adoption of technology. And so we want to create an entire ecosystem for technology. So it comes, first of all, with the development of a system of protecting people's data and protecting people in the technology world. That's very important, protecting people's privacy and making it optional, that if somebody doesn't want to participate, they don't have to participate. Then creating a system of identification. And a system of identification is important for civil identification and civil registries and so forth, but it is more important to form the basis of commercial activity. Now, you have said that, and I agree with you, that unfortunately, we see technology as an appliance. We see it as something that we use to make daily life easier or to have fun and leisure. We're not necessarily seeing technology as a tool used to create. And that speaks now to the development of the human capital around technology and our understanding of it. But where does it start? It starts with ensuring that our people have access and exposure. Out of that, you could get a Bill Gates. You could get a Steve Jobs. And so that's where it starts. So let's get our people native to technology by virtue of access, exposure, and use. And then we have to now create an ecosystem and use cases. So for example, making payments. Transactions don't have to require physical presence. But there are persons who are wedded to that a transaction doesn't occur unless you see the person you're transacting with. In today's world of e-commerce, transactions are virtual, and the platforms that facilitate them are digital platforms, and that's what we are creating here. So all the hotspots that we have, the Wi-Fi that we're giving in public areas, eventually people will find commercial uses for them. They will have digital payment machines that can take digital currencies and credit cards. They will be able to use them to do all kinds of things on the internet using the free Wi-Fi that can create business opportunities. But importantly, in natural disasters or any form of disasters, we can keep our people connected and knowledgeable and in the know. One of our largest industries is the business process outsourcing industry. And one of the reasons why they are here is precisely because we have an English-speaking population. That's a human resource attraction. We have developed the fiscal and institutional arrangements through the special economic zone arrangements. But the technology, as you have said, the technology has to be reliable and it has to be cheap. Not cheap, but the proper word is affordable. And that is what we're doing. And that industry will expand to using more knowledge-based approaches. So yes, we want to create a technology society, but more than that, the objective is to create a knowledge-based society. And that is where we're going. And this is ultimately the start of it. The Minister of Finance pointed out that this element of it is in conjunction with the transformation, the public sector implementation transformation unit, the TIU, and it is funded by the IDB with a $850,000, I believe it's a grant. And so it's a collaborative approach to ensure that we expand this GovNet. So this investment is also a part of ensuring that we get public sector efficiency. Another area which I will come to Parliament, and the Minister will come to Parliament as well, to speak about how do we get public sector efficiency, having laid this wicket of efficiency in technology. In terms of energy, these technologies have become quite energy efficient, but as they have been expanding, they have become huge consumers of electricity. I will speak more on that at another time. So, Madam Speaker and member, thank you for your attention and participation.
Thank you, Prime Minister. House Leader, Recommittal.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask that the agenda be continued through to public business.
Thanks, House Leader. Went back to statement. Ministers, announcements. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today is a copy of the Auditor General's Department Certified Appropriation Accounts for Head 15,010 Jamaica Information Service for the year 2019-2020.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 3rd day of November 2023, a bill entitled An Act to Further Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act and for connected matters were passed in the Honorable Senate. Signed, Thomas Tavares Finson, OJCD, KC, JP, President of the Senate.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill in this House.
A bill shortly entitled the Copyright Amendment Number 2 Act 2023, read a first time.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023.
Thanks, Minister. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Hold a moment, please, Minister. Just looking at the agenda in terms of a procedural issue. Hold a moment, please. Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of the bill, shortly entitled Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Clerk.
A bill shortly entitled the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act 2023, read a first time.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Public business. Minister.
Madam Speaker,
Minister Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to the National Family Planning Board Repeal Bill 2023 and to present on the subject and then suspend for continuation at our next sitting, with your permission, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to remind this Honourable House of the imperative of the National Family Planning Board Repeal Bill 2023 and to allay any concerns over what this means for employees and for the people of Jamaica who have and continue to be served by this entity. In the way of reminder, Madam Speaker, the repeal bill allows for not only the removal of the body corporate status of the National Family Planning Board, the NFPB, but also for the reformulation of the functions of the entity as a new division of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The integration is part of the government's thrust to rationalize public bodies under the Public Sector Transformation Program. Parliament will recall, Madam Speaker, that the rationalization of public bodies has its genesis in the Master Rationalization Plan, which was approved by Parliament in 2011. Given the nature of the NFPB, its integration as a division of the ministry will see significant changes to include the merger of the HIV prevention program and the HIV treatment program under the Health Promotion and Prevention branch, the integration of family planning as part of the family health unit of the ministry, as well as the transfer of responsibility to the procurement and other logistics management for contraceptives to the National Health Fund, which currently manages the procurement of all pharmaceutical and medical sundries for the government of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the creation of the new division, the Client Services Division in the ministry, will also herald functions including patient care and client support policy and programs to include the institutionalization of the Compassionate Care Program, a patient-compliant mechanism that looks at issues of medical negligence and medical legal complaints, social determinants of health that will look at the provision of social protection support and social work practice for clients. This will include the Compassionate Care Fund and other social welfare programs such as social cases in hospitals, an enabling environment of health and human rights that look at the issues of vulnerability and advocacy for health and the engagement of different groups in health services delivery. In terms of change management, Madam Speaker, with these changes will also come a change in the name of the entity to the Client Services Division. As with the NCDA, which I'll speak to shortly, the process to integrate the NFPB dates back to 2018 with the start of the Public Sector Transformation Program. As noted with respect to the NCDA, Madam Speaker, the team from the Transformation Implementation Unit has been working with the ministry on the development and implementation of the Change Management Plan. A transition plan was developed to guide the movement of staff from the old structure to the new structure that have been proposed. These plans were signed off by the Ministry of Finance, the Jamaica Civil Service Association, the Services Commission, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Again, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been mindful to give attention to managing the change with transition arrangements focused on the following activities. Transition plans developed to document policy guidelines to ensure a comprehensive and transparent process based on human resources, best practices, and approaches. By adopting the approaches outlined in the transition policy, the division should be staffed and staff integrated within the wider ministry with minimal disruption and minimal staff anxiety or concerns. B, a transition steering committee convened to oversee the process and to ensure all entitlements, payments, benefits due to staff are identified and properly processed, including redundancy payments, monitoring the winding up, processing, and transferring of access to the ministry, and monitoring the winding up of existing pension arrangements. And C, organizational structures and business processes are being redesigned to ensure that there is no duplication of functions and workflows are efficient and effective. And D, communication plans drafted to ensure processes are in place to keep both staff and internal as well as external stakeholders informed. Further, change management plans are being drafted to build support for the change and increase the capacity of employees to make informed decisions, as well as to improve mental status, even as consultations have been initiated with the Jamaica Civil Service Association. At the same time, the transition steering committee is to endeavor to ensure, among other things, Madam Speaker, that the required procedures are followed in making all current NFPB staff redundant, and also that all staff enjoy the same approved benefits and compensation packages according to the current employees of the ministry. Madam Speaker, of note is that the Jamaica Civil Service Association's Strategic Human Resource Management Division of the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, the Office of the Services Commission, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness shall be involved throughout the HR transition to ensure that all actions taken are in compliance with the government-wide regulations and practices, and that the rights of staff are respected. Madam Speaker, every effort is being made to ensure that where staff is not selected for a position within the ministry, placement will be identified with the regional health authorities or other ministry agencies and departments. In terms of termination payments, Madam Speaker, given that the old organization was a public body and staff are being transferred to positions in the civil service, and given that the law is being proposed to be repealed through the bill tabled in Parliament, termination benefits will be paid to staff. These benefits include the payment of redundancy. Payment of redundancy has been approved by Cabinet and will be calculated up to the final date of July 31st, 2024. This is a target date for completion of integration of the process. The NFPB has a pension fund that will be wound up. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the integration of the NFPB as with the NCDA is to streamline the overall function of government, and based on the assessment conducted by the Ministry of Finance, the need for body corporate status for the entity was not a requirement for the effective and efficient execution of its functions. Further, Madam Speaker, under the Primary Healthcare Reform Program, and in line with the Vision for Health 2030, the introduction of the life course approach requires that there is a holistic restructuring of all services provided to the population, and current transition sees us doing just that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I now ask that this be suspended until hopefully a time to be determined in the future. But Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to do the same with the National Council on Drug Abuse, if I'm allowed so to do.
House Leader.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I now ask for the suspension of the debate on this bill.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and very sensitive to the time, so I'll go through as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, I rise to remind this Honourable House of the imperative of the National Council on Drug Abuse Repeal Bill 2023, and to allay any concerns over what this means for employees and for the people of Jamaica served by the entity. In the way of reminder, Madam Speaker, the repeal bill allows for the integration of the National Council on Drug Abuse, the NCDA, into the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and for the transfer of assets, rights, and liabilities to the ministry. This integration is part of the government's thrust to rationalize public bodies under the Public Sector Transformation Program. Parliament will recall that the rationalization of public bodies has its genesis in the Master Rationalization Plan, which was approved by Parliament in 2011. The NCDA was established as a body corporate by the Government of Jamaica in December 1991, pursuant to the National Council on Drug Abuse Act, to review and monitor the misuse of drugs in Jamaica, undertake, subject to the approval of the Minister responsible for health, measures for preventing the misuse of drugs or dealing with social problems connected with the misuse of drugs, and to consider and provide advice on matters concerning drug use and abuse. So what exactly is this change, Madam Speaker and colleagues? Madam Speaker, the NCDA Repeal Bill 2023 will effect the integration of the NCDA into the ministry, as a department. Accordingly, the agency will no longer be a public body. And while the structure of the agency will remain the same, the management will no longer report to a board of management, but will now report to the permanent secretary. There will also be an extension in the functions of the entity. In addition to its current responsibilities, the NCDA will now be responsible for the national mental health prevention strategies, becoming the responsibility of the new department. The management of the mental health and suicide prevention helpline and the U-Matter chat line, which caters specifically to those 16 to 24 years old, will now fall within the remit of the department. In terms of change management, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been mindful to give attention to an essential element of this process of transition from the old to the new, and that is in the management of change. To begin with, Madam Speaker, the development of the proposed department structure for the NCD has been spearheaded by the Public Sector Transformation Unit of the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, along with a steering committee which was established to oversee the integration process. The PSTIU carried out consultations with the staff of the NCDA and the ministry, and with the review and recommendations derived from the outcome of information obtained, which informed the process to accommodate the NCDA as a department of the ministry, as well as the legislative amendments that will be necessary to fulfill the mandate of the cabinet decision to integrate the NCDA within the ministry. The team from the Transformational Implementation Unit has been working with the ministry on the development and implementation of the change management plan, with a transition plan developed to guide the movement of staff from the old structure to the new structure. These plans were signed off by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Jamaica Civil Service Association, the Service Commission, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Several staff meetings have been held with the workers, and based on the passage of time and need to continue the dialogue, more consultations will be held in an effort to afford us a seamless transition. Given that the old organization was a public body, Madam Speaker, and staff are being transferred to positions in the civil service, and given that the law is being proposed to be repealed through the bill tabled in Parliament, termination benefits will be paid to staff. These benefits will include the payment of redundancy. The payment of redundancy has been approved by Cabinet, will be calculated as of July 31st, 2024. This is a target date for completion of the integration process. The NCDA has individual pension plans that are not linked to the organization. Similar posts will be created within the MOHW. Incumbents in post will be offered related positions in the new NCDA department or the MOHW at the same time that their employment with the NCDA concludes. Of note is that the executive director of the NCDA is on a contract that will come to an end in 2024. He will retire at the end of this contract period. The new post for Chief Technical Director for the NCDA will be advertised and filled competitively. As a department of government, the NCDA will retain its corporate services, but with direct reporting to the ministry. The budget for the NCDA will be provided as an activity under the head of Ministry of Health and Wellness. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the integration of the NCDA is to streamline the overall function of government, and based on the assessment conducted by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the need for body corporate status for the agency was not a requirement for the effective and efficient execution of its functions. The NCDA has always been an important part of the overall goals and strategies as outlined in Vision for Health 2030, and in particular with respect to Pillar 5, Social Determinants of Health. Under the Primary Healthcare Reform Program, the introduction of the life course approach requires that there is a holistic restructuring of all services provided to the population. The focus of the NCDA on the prevention of mental health challenges and the link to substance abuse will create synergies that should enhance the management and delivery of these services. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much, Minister. House Leader, turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now ask for the suspension of the debate on this bill.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns until tomorrow, Wednesday, November 8, 2023 at 2 p.m., when we will continue the State of Constituency debate with a presentation from the Honorable Homer Davis, St. James Southeast.
The question is that the House do now adjourn for Wednesday, November 8, 2023, 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.
Jamaica and its workforce are advancing quickly. Life-changing opportunities